Good day, everyone. Before we officially begin our program, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Rayson Al-Imson, currently a food safety management student. It is my pleasure to serve as your moderator for this morning's session. I will be guiding you through the program, facilitating the discussion, and assisting during the question and answer portions. We would also like to welcome all our participants joining us today from various sectors, the academe, the government, and the food industry. Your presence truly reflects a shared commitment to strengthening food safety systems and practices. We will begin with an invocation, followed by our Philippine national anthem, then the Philippine Women's University hymn. Before we begin, allow me to go over a few important webinar etiquette guidelines to ensure a smooth and productive session. Please keep your microphones muted at all times unless you are called to speak. You may use the chat box to share your thoughts, questions, or insights during the discussion. Be respectful and professional in all interactions throughout the webinar. If you have any questions, you may write it in a section in our evaluation form. The link will be provided right after the first and second session. Please ensure a stable internet to avoid interruptions. We encourage everyone to actively participate and maximize this opportunity to learn from our esteemed speakers. Again, good day everyone. It is my great honor to introduce a distinguished academic leader whose vision and commitment to excellence continue to shape the future of education in the Philippines. It is my great honor and privilege to introduce our speaker for the opening remarks, an esteemed academic leader and researcher and quality assurance advocate. Our speaker is Dr. Daniel D. Dasig Jr., a distinguished professional holding multiple credentials, professional computer engineer and PhD in engineering, business administration, and educational management. He currently serves as the director of the Research and Development Office and a quality assurance coordinator at Philippine Women's University. Dr. Dasig has been instrumental in advancing research, excellence, and strengthening quality assurance systems within the university. His leadership reflects strong commitment to academic integrity, innovation, and continuous improvement, principles that are vital in today's evolving educational and professional landscape. With his extensive experience in research and development and institutional quality assurance, Dr. Dasig plays a crucial role in fostering a culture of evidence-based practice, collaboration, and academic rigor, values that strongly align with the objectives of our webinar today. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally open our program, please join me in welcoming Dr. Daniel D. Dasig Jr. for his opening remarks. Sir, the virtual floor is yours.
Good morning to our distinguished guests from government agencies, our speakers, respected industry leaders, scholars, esteemed faculty members, researchers from the Philippine Women's University community, and food safety professionals in the Philippines, our dear students and partners in public health. I'm happy to welcome you to this webinar. As the Director for Research and Development Office and Quality Assurance Coordinator of the Philippine Women's University, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this highly relevant and timely webinar entitled Academe Industry Government Partnership, a Trifocal Perspective on Food Safety Management System. This webinar is anchored on the theme Ensuring Public Health and Food Safety through Strategic Sectoral Alliance. Today's webinar reflects more than an academic exercise. It represents a collective, national, and global responsibility. Food safety is no longer confined to laboratory protocols, inspection checklists, or manufacturing compliance. In today's increasingly interconnected food system, food safety has become a strategic public health imperative that directly affects economic stability, agricultural productivity, and of course, ultimately, the quality of life of every Filipino. So as we navigate a rapidly evolving food landscape shaped by globalization, supply chain, emerging contaminants, digitalized supply chains, climate-related disruptions, biotechnology, research produced as to novel food processing systems, and changing consumer behavior, we are reminded that no single sector can address these foods challenges independently. The complexity of modern food systems requires convergence. It requires the convergence of the academic community as the generator of scientific knowledge and innovation, our industry as the implementer of operational excellence and quality assurance systems, and of course, the government as the architect of regulatory frameworks, public accountability, and the national food security governance. So, this is the essence of the trifocal perspective we are celebrating today. At least in Philippine Women's University and the academic community contributes to evidence-based research, advanced laboratory science, curriculum innovation, and the preparation of competent professional capable of addressing contemporary food safety risks. Universities such as PWU must go beyond instruction. We must become active partners in policy development, technology transfer, and societal transformation. Our industry, on the other hand, carries the immense responsibility of translating scientific standards into operational realities, from manufacturing plants to hospitality operations, from supply chain management to food service systems. The private sector serves as the frontline implementer of food safety culture. The industry commitment to quality control, traceability systems, risk management, and ethical production practices determines the integrity of the food that reaches our communities. Meanwhile, our government institutions serves as the stabilizing force that ensures harmonization, enforcement, and protection of public welfare. Through science-informed policies, regulatory alignment, surveillance systems, and national standards, government agencies safeguard the balance between innovation and consumer protection. I am especially inspired by the active participation of our students for the Master of Food Safety, whose engagement today demonstrates the vital role of emerging scholars and future professionals in advancing evidence-driven and socially responsive food safety practices. Their involvement reflects the growing importance of research-informed leadership in addressing both local and global food system challenges. We also recognize the significance of contemporary discussions surrounding laboratory competency, accuracy of measurements, fortification systems, novel additives, innovative processing technologies, and halal food safety assurance. These areas and features of today's discussions are not only technical concerns, they are strategic pillars of inclusive development, consumer protection, and sustainable public health governance. At the Philippine Women's University, we firmly believe that research must not only remain confined within academic publications. Research must influence policy. Research must guide industry practice. Research must empower communities. And most importantly, research must, of course, protect human lives. As we formally open this webinar, May today's discussions inspire a stronger institutional partnerships, deeper interdisciplinary collaboration, and more transformative initiatives that will contribute to a safer, healthier, and resilient Philippines. Let us continue building bridges between science and practice, between innovation and regulation, and between knowledge and societal impact. On behalf of the Research and Development Office of the Philippine Women's University, I warmly welcome everyone and wish you a meaningful, productive, and intellectually enriching webinar. Maraming salamat po and good day to all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daniel D. Dasig Jr., for your insightful and inspiring opening remarks. Your message truly has set the tone for today's webinar, emphasizing the importance of research, quality assurance, and collaborative engagement among the academe, industry, and government. Your words have reminded us of the critical role that evidence-based practices and continuous improvement play in strengthening our food safety management systems. On behalf of the organizers, we sincerely appreciate your time, leadership, and valuable contribution to this event. Your guidance served as a strong foundation as we proceed with the rest of the program. Once again, thank you, Dr. Dasig. Good day, everyone, and welcome to our webinar entitled Academe, Industry, Government, a Trifocal Perspective on Food Safety Management System, with the theme, Ensuring Public Health and Food Safety through the Strategic Sectoral Alliances. This webinar aims to highlight the vital role of collaboration among the academe, industry professionals, and government institutions in strengthening food safety systems. As we navigate the increasing demand for safe, high-quality, and compliant food products, it becomes essential to align scientific research, industrial practices, and regulatory frameworks such as Republic Act No. 10611 and global standards like ISO 22000-2018. Through this session, participants will gain insights into how the academe, food safety regulations by the government, and the practical industry applications work together to ensure food safety, protect public health, and drive innovation within the food sector. Our first speaker is Ms. Kenken B. Alair, Quality Assurance Junior Manager of Mary Grace Foods Incorporated. With her strong background in quality assurance and food safety, she plays a vital role in ensuring that products and processes consistently meet high standards of quality and compliance within the food service industry. Today, she will be sharing her expertise on the topic strengthening quality assurance and food safety control in food service, where she will discuss practical approaches and industry best practices in maintaining food safety and quality in food service operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Kenken B. Alair. Ma'am, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Sir Rayson, for the warm introductions. Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here with you today to talk about something I'm genuinely passionate about, strengthening quality assurance and food safety control in food service. Over the next few minutes, we'll look at food safety, not just a box to check for compliance, but as a shared responsibility among academic institutions, businesses, and government agencies working together. My goal today is simple: to show you how a stronger QA systems lead to safer operation, better consistency, and real improvements in public health outcomes. Let's get started. Before we dive in, let me walk you through where we're headed. We have 5 main objectives for this session. First, we will unpack the major food safety risks in food service operation. Second, we'll connect PD 856 sanitation requirements to what actually happened in the workplace. Third, we'll draw a clear line between compliance and quality assurance, because they are not the same thing. Fourth, we identify the common operational gaps that quietly weaken the food safety performance. And finally, we'll talk about how academe, industry, and government can genuinely work together to strengthen the food safety. By the end of this session, I hope you walk away with a much clearer picture of what a food safety really looks like in practice. Now, before we get into the recent gaps, let me ground us in the standards and regulation that anchor this entire presentation. On the management side, we have ISO 22000, the overall food safety management system framework. ISO TS 22002-2 of 2013 then gets more specific, laying out prerequisite programs, requirements tailored for catering and food service operation. On the legal side, we have the DOH implementing rules and regulation of Chapter 3 of PD 856, the Code of Sanitation of the Philippines. Together, these two sets of documents give us both the structured management approach and the mandatory sanitary requirements that every food establishment must follow. Think of them as two sides of the same coin. So how exactly do these standards and legal requirements work together? Let me put it in simple terms. ISO 22000 requires organization to establish and maintain prerequisite programs. ISO TS 22002-2 gives detailed guidelines on what those prerequisite programs should look like in food service. Meanwhile, PD 856 HRR define what is legally required in the Philippines. In simple terms, the law tells what you must do. The ISO standards guide you on how to do it systematically. For example, PD 856 requires pest control in your establishment. That's the what. But ISO TS 22000-2 shows you the how. How will you map the pest lead station, set a weekly inspection schedule, and maintain a logbook? Suddenly, what was just a legal obligation becomes a daily manageable routine. Now that we understand the framework we're working with, let's talk about what we're actually protecting against, the hazard themselves. In food service, food passes through many stages: receiving, storage, preparation, cooking, holding, and serving. At every single step, there's a window where something can go wrong. Food safety risks generally fall into three major categories: biological, chemical, and physical hazards. Understanding each one is the foundation of effective food safety management system. Because here's the truth, you can't control what you don't recognize. So let's break each one down. Let's start with the first, the most dangerous category, biological hazard. These include bacteria, viruses, and parasites that directly cause foodborne illness. In food service, something as simple as worker handling raw chicken and then touching ready-to-eat vegetables without washing their hands can transfer salmonella. That's cross-contamination, and it's one of the leading causes of foodborne outbreaks. Biological hazard also strive when food is held at unsafe temperature or when spoiled ingredients aren't removed in time. The controls aren't complicated. Protect food by good stock rotation, correct temperature management, and proper hand washing. They just need to be followed every single time, because one lapse is all it takes. Moving on to the second category, chemical hazards. These are harmful substances that accidentally make their way into food. And they're particularly tricky because unlike biological hazard, you often can see or smell them. Cleaning chemicals, allergens, and improperly used food additives are the most common culprits. For example, a lapse as simple as spraying sanitizer near uncovered prep surfaces or using a plate cross-contaminated with peanut residue can have immediate severe health consequence, especially for people with allergies or sensitivities. The control here is straightforward. Proper chemical storage, clear labeling, and keeping chemicals strictly separate from food at all times. Not complicated, just non-negotiable. The third and final category is physical hazard, foreign objects that simply do not belong in food. Jewelry, bone fragment, shell pieces, broken plastic from packaging, this can all end up in a dish if the right precautions aren't in place. A broken plastic that ends up in plated meal isn't just a customer complaint. It's a potential injury, a product recall, and a serious damage to your brand reputation, both costly and avoidable. Prevention comes down to visual inspection, correct handling procedure, and staying alert during preparation and service. And here's the good news. Physical hazards are usually the most visible of the three categories, which means with the right habits, they're also the most preventable. So now, we know our three hazards category. The question is, how do we control all of them consistently and every day? That's exactly where prerequisite programs or PRPs come in. In food service, food moves through a long chain, from receiving to preparation to cooking and finally display. At every single step, new hazard can appear. And if left unchecked, these risks multiply. PRPs are the daily baseline control that keeps those hazards in check before they become crises. They cover the essentials: hygiene, cleaning, water quality, storage, and waste management. Think of PRPs as the foundation of your food safety house. Without them firmly in place, everything built on top, your advanced procedure, your monitoring, your documentation is only as strong as its weakest point. But with strong PRPs, your entire systems become reliable, consistent, and built to protect your consumer. Now that we covered the hazards and the controls, let's bring it back to the Philippine context. Because food safety here isn't just about the best practice, it's the law. Now let us look at the Philippine regulatory side. The DOH-IRR under PD 856 supplies the legal controls that food businesses must meet. This can be grouped into three major areas: legal entry requirements, operational sanitation duties, and public health enforcement. This is important because food safety in the Philippine setting is not only about best practice. It is about meeting legal sanitary requirements before and during operation and remaining prepared for inspection and enforcement. The next few slides will break down each of these areas, and I want you to see how each one directly connects to what we do on the ground every day. Let's start with the legal entry requirements, because compliance actually begins before a single dish is prepared. Before a food establishment can operate, a sanitary permit must be secured, prominently displayed, and renewed every year. All food workers must also have a valid health certificates, renewed at least annually or as required by health authorities. These requirements can confirm that both establishment and the people working in it meet the basic public health condition for operation. It's the government way of saying, before you serve the public, prove you're ready to protect them. In short, compliance starts before you even turn on the stove. But getting those permits is just the beginning. Once you're operating, there are continuous sanitation duties that must be met every single day, not just during inspection season. Food handlers must practice proper personal hygiene, wear clean attire and proper hair restraint, and wash their hands repeatedly through their shift, not just once. Food, water, utensils, equipment, waste and pest controls are all regulated and subject to inspection at any time. And food must be protected from contamination at every stage: storage, preparation, transport, display, and service. This is the core message. Sanitation is not a one-time requirement. It is a daily operational discipline. It doesn't take a day off. And for establishments that don't meet these requirements, there are real consequences, and these slides make that very clear. These slides highlight the enforcement side of the law. Local health authorities have the power to conduct periodic inspection, suspend or revoke operating permits. Local health authorities may issue sanitary orders, conduct re-inspection, condemn unfit food, and even suspend operation when there is identified hazard. Centralized kitchen and food transport operation are also specifically covered under these rules. This is not meant to be intimidating. It is meant to be a reminder. Food safety failures don't just create product issue. They carry direct legal and operational consequences that can affect your entire business. The goal of compliance isn't to avoid a penalty. It is to protect the people you serve. And that brings us naturally to the next question. What goes beyond compliance? At this point, I'd like to shift our focus from basic compliance to quality assurance. QA isn't just about passing an inspection. It's a proactive approach built on three pillars: being preventive, driving consistency, and going beyond mere compliance. Quality assurance is a preventive by nature. It identifies risks early and controls them before service failures occur. It's also promote consistency by standardizing work across shift, staff, branches, and reducing variation in hygiene, sanitation, and time temperature control. Most importantly, QA goes beyond compliance. It looks at trends, complaints, audit findings, and root cause for improvement. A great example of this quality assurance framework in action is how we operate at Mary Grace. Taking a preventive approach, we identify all potential hazards associated with our ingredients right from the start, from raw mats to process, ensuring risks are controlled before they can affect our customer. To ensure consistency, we train all our personnel on this specific hazard. Everyone is aware of the standards, and we strictly monitor every critical step of the preparation process. Finally, we go beyond compliance. We don't just rely on standard safety checks. Every month, we review our guest feedback to analyze our performance, look for trends, and continuously improve our daily operations. Quality assurance turns food safety control from one-time compliance into everyday performance. It is about building a stable, repeatable, and improving system that protects customers, support the brands, and strengthen operational discipline. So, what does an effective QA system actually look in practice? It is built on 4 key components, and they work together. First are the standard operating procedures, which define step-by-step methods, responsibilities, limits, and sanitation practices. It makes work easier to repeat and easier to train employees. Second is monitoring, which checks whether controls are actually being followed in receiving, cooking, holding, hygiene, cleaning, and equipment condition. It detects deviation on time and triggers immediate corrective action. Third is training, which builds employee competence through orientation, refresher, coaching, and evaluation. It reinforces food safety culture and reduces shortcut behavior. Fourth is documentation, which keeps records, log, checklists, and corrective action evidence. It provides evidence, traceability, and use for management review. Take one of these away, and the system starts to wobble. Together, they make food safety controls not just written on paper, but visible, repeatable, and verifiable every single day. Now, let's discuss the difference of compliance and quality assurance. They are related, but they are not the same. Compliance focuses on meeting minimum standard. It asks, are we following the law, the regulation, or the required standard? Quality assurance goes further. It asks, are we consistently doing things right, monitoring performance, and improving over time? Let's make the distinction between compliance and QA even more concrete with a real example. One I'm sure many of you will recognize. A compliance-only approach looks like this. A restaurant installs a thermometer in the chiller and only check the temperature log before the annual health inspection. Permit secured, done, compliance achieved. Quality assurance looks completely different. Under QA, staff log the chiller temperature every 4 hours. Every kitchen employee is trained, not just on how to read the thermometer, but on why 4 degrees Celsius matters, and exactly what happens to food if it exceeded. Monitoring is happening because it protects the food, not because someone is coming to inspect. Compliance sets the floor. QA builds the system that keeps performance above the floor, day in and day out, whether or not an inspector walks through the door. Because the goal isn't to pass the visit. The goal is to protect the customer. We talk about how the perfect system should look like. But let's talk about the reality. Even with the best, most well-written programs, implementation on the floor doesn't always go as planned. And this is something I've seen firsthand. The gap between what is written and what is actually happens. The first common gap is training inconsistency. High turnovers and uneven onboarding means staff may know the rule, but not the reason behind it or the consequence of not following it. The second is weak monitoring, incomplete logs, delayed check, and poor supervisor follow-through that let deviation go unnoticed until a quality problem has already surfaced. The third is inconsistent compliance, practices that vary across shifts, teams, or branches, resulting in uneven service and quality. Here's the honest truth. In most food service operation, the weakest point isn't the standard itself. It's the consistency of execution and follow-through, which raises a bigger question. How do we actually solve this? It's tempting to think that the solution is just writing stricter rules or printing more checklists. But to truly fix these systematic gaps, we have to zoom out. The answers go far beyond what happens inside our own kitchen wall. And this is what I find most compelling about this topic. The trifocal perspective in food service. Food safety is not a solo mission. To build a truly resilient quality assurance systems, we need the active, interconnected participation of three key pillars: the government, the academe, and the industry. Each one plays a distinct but equally important role. And the key word here is together, because none of them can do it alone. The next 3 slides will walk you through exactly what each sector contributes in food service industry. Let's start with the government. The government creates the environment that makes compliance possible and accountability real. It sets the sanitary requirements, manages the inspection and permitting system, and enforces standards when they are not met. But its role beyond regulation. The government also issues guidance, support training programs, and monitor public health trends and recurring nonconformities across the industry. In essence, the government provides the policy backbone, the rules of the game that everyone else operates within. Without the backbone, the entire food safety system loses its structure and accountability. The government doesn't just set the bar, it helps hold everyone to it. Next is Academe, and this one is especially meaningful in a room like this. Schools and universities build the future-ready food professionals who will one day manage this kitchen, design the system, and implement this control. Through curriculum, laboratory work, simulation, and practicum, Academe equips graduates with the competence to actually apply food safety principles in real setting, not just pass an exam. Beyond classroom, academic institutions generate evidence-based solutions through research, support MSSC and communities through extension work, and connect students with industry and government through internship and collaborative projects. In short, Academe contributes knowledge, talent, and innovation, the building block of a stronger, more sustainable food safety culture. And finally, industry. This is where everything we talk about comes to life. Food service companies are where standards meets daily reality. It is where every SOP, every training, and every regulation has to work in real time, with real people under real pressure. Companies implement the controls, invest in sanitation and equipment, train their employees, and make food safety part of everyday operation. But industry also provides the real-world environment where future professionals learn. By sharing lessons from audits, incidents, and improvement projects, and by collaborating with academia and regulatories. The industry drives standard adoption, responsible reporting, and continuous innovation. Industry doesn't comply with requirements. It demonstrates whether quality assurance actually works when it's met reality. And that credibility, that proof, is what makes the whole system trustworthy. Now, how do we actually put all of this into action? The presentation will close with a practical implementation roadmap. 4 phases designed to build and strengthen food safety and QA systems step by step. Phase 1 is assessment, identifying current gaps against PRP and legal requirements. Phase 2 is design, developing or updating SOP, zoning maps, cleaning schedule, temperature logs, and training plans. Phase 3 is implementation, training staff, calibrating equipment, and establishing verification routine. And Phase 4 is verification, reviewing audits, complaint trends, sanitation results so the system can continuously refine. To see how this roadmap actually plays in our food service, let's look at a classic kitchen scenario. Let's say your restaurant recently received a complaint of highly concerning customer complaints about upset stomach, and the common denominator seems to be your salad. You need to fix this immediately, so you use this 4-phase approach. Phase 1 is assess. You step onto the floor to observe the cold prep station during the morning rush. You quickly spot the gap. Your line cooks are prepping raw chicken and then immediately prepping lettuce on the same stainless steel counter. Doing only a quick wipe down in between, you identified a major cross-contamination risk. Phase 2 is design. You don't just tell them to be careful. You design a system to prevent the error entirely. You write a new SOP. Raw proteins and fresh produce must be prepared at a separate times or strictly separate station. You introduce red cutting boards for meat and green for vegetable, so the zoning is visual. You also create a simple sanitation log for the prep sink. Phase 3 is implement. This is where you roll out to the back of the house. You hold a pre-ship briefing. You don't just hand them down a new log. You explain why cross-contamination is dangerous and how it directly ties to those recent customer complaints. You train the prep on the new color-coded boards, and you assign the sous chef the specific duty of verifying the station and signing the log every day. Finally, phase 4 is verify. Fast forward a month, you review the daily logs and conduct a quick internal audit. You check your guest feedback, and the health-related complaints have completely stopped. However, during your audit, you notice the green cutting boards are getting deep night grooves, which can harbor bacteria. So you refine the system. You update your purchasing standard to buy a heavier duty boards next time to keep the risk at zero. This is not a one-time project. It's a cycle, a living process that keeps your food safety system relevant, effective, and always improving, because the risk involved and so should our controls. As we wrap up, I want to leave you with something personal. Over my years in the food service industry, I've come to believe in one thing deeply. Food safety works when it's truly shared. We rely on Academe for the knowledge, the training, and the system update that keep us improving. We rely on the government as our compass, setting the standards and checking in to ensure we're doing the right thing. And the industry, where the idea is tested and where the real action happens. The biggest takeaway I want to leave with you is this. Food safety and quality assurance are not a solo achievement. They are built on shared responsibility, strict standard, constant monitoring, continuous training, and a genuine drive to always do better. Whether you present academe, government, or industry, you have a role to play, and I'm grateful to have shared this space with all of you today. Here are the references that supported this presentation. Thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your commitment to excellence in food safety. I'm happy to take any question you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kankan B. Alair, for that insightful and informative presentation. Your discussion on strengthening quality assurance and food safety control in food service highlight how consistent implementation of standards, monitoring, and accountability are essential in ensuring safe and high-quality food for consumers. We truly appreciate your time and expertise, ma'am. We also encourage everyone to accomplish the evaluation form, which will be shared at the end of the first session. After answering, you will be able to receive your certificates. You may also write your questions in a section in our evaluation form. Your feedback will help us improve future learnings. At this point, I will be asking questions to Miss Ken. Are you ready, Miss Ken?
Yes, Sir Rayson, I'm ready.
For the first question, what should the food business do immediately after a foodborne illness complaint is received from a customer?
So the answer is first, take it seriously and act quickly. Document everything that what was ordered, when, who prepared to eat. Pull out any remaining product from the batch right away. Then trace it back to your records to find where it went wrong. After that, you communicate with the customer, your team, and authorities if needed. One complaint handled well can actually strengthen your system, and one ignored can cost you everything.
Nice answer, Ms. Kenken. For the second question, how often should the food business conduct an internal food safety audit and who should be doing it?
Okay, so a good baseline is at least once a month for a quick check and every quarter for a deeper review. Your daily logs are your everyday monitoring. The audit is when you zoom out and ask if the whole system is actually working. As for who does it, ideally someone who wasn't directly involved in the day-to-day operations being reviewed. The objectivity matters. In smaller business, it could be the owner or senior staff member trained in food safety. In larger operation, a dedicated QA officer or an external auditor brings more credibility. The key is that the person doing the audit is looking to find gaps, not to confirm everything is fine.
Thank you, Ms. Ken. It seems that QA officer plays a vital role in all food sectors in our society. For the third question, how do you ensure that food safety standards are consistently followed during peak hours when the kitchen is very busy and understaffed?
Okay, Sir Rayson, that's one of the most realistic challenges we face in food service. And honestly, peak hours are exactly when standards are most risk at sleeping. The key is to build your controls into routine so deeply they don't depend on someone remembering to do them. Simple checklists like a pre-shift checklist, designated roles for temperature monitoring, and clear station responsibility reduce the chance of skipping step under pressure.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ken. I hope that our participants, especially in the food service sector, have learned a lot from you. Again, thank you very much, Ms. Ken, for your wonderful topic for today's seminar. Now we move forward to another exciting topic which emphasizes importance of accuracy in measurement and how it is linked to food safety. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Marlon Aguinaldo, a supervising science research specialist from the Department of Science and Technology, Industrial Technology Development Institute. With his expertise in laboratory science, measurement accuracy, and research, he plays a vital role in supporting the development of reliable and science-based systems that strengthen food safety in the Philippines. His work contributes significantly to ensuring that laboratory results are accurate, credible, and aligned with national and international standards. Today, he will be sharing his knowledge on the topic, strengthening the Philippine food safety framework through laboratory competency and accuracy in measurements. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Marlon Aguinaldo. Sir, the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for that introduction, Sir Rayson. So again, thank you for that introduction. So magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. So it is very humbling to be given this opportunity to be with you this morning. So my presentation is on strengthening the Philippine food safety framework through laboratory competency and measurement accuracy. So in food safety, we rely heavily on numbers. So these are test results, measurements, and limits. But these numbers are not just numbers. they drive decisions. What gets approved, what is safe, and what should be recalled. So the question is, how do we make sure these numbers are truly trustworthy? So my topic will revolve around this question. So for the outline of my presentation, I will be discussing about measurements in the food supply chain and the vital role of food testing laboratories. I will walk you through the Philippine framework for laboratory competency and how this is achieved. And towards the end, I will give an example of a government-initiated partnership with the private sector, which is the DOST-1 lab. And lastly, I will give my insights at the end of this presentation. Aligned with our webinar's theme, our objective for this presentation is to illustrate the trifocal perspective of the competency of Philippine food testing laboratories by highlighting the roles of the government, academe, and the industry. So towards the end of this presentation, we will revisit this diagram and identify the contributions of these three key players on laboratory competency. So to assess this competency, let us first understand the critical role of measurement in the food supply chain. At the heart of every competent laboratory is one fundamental process. This is measurement. So it is defined by the International Vocabulary of Metrology, or VIM, as the process of experimentally obtaining one or more quantity values that can reasonably be attributed to a quantity. Simply put, it is a process of assigning a numerical value to a quantity or a phenomenon. So for example, when we say 25 grams of sugar, 25 is the quantity value and gram is the unit of measurement. So with that definition in mind, let us look at the law that governs measurement in the Philippines. The National Metrology Act of 2003, or RA 9236, establishes the country's metrology system and legal measurement framework. So the National Metrology Laboratory, or NML, is the primary implementer of maintaining the national measurement standards and ensuring traceability through calibration and measurement services. So based on this law, it is mandatory to use the SI units in our measurements, as the Philippines is a signatory to the Meter Convention, which is an international treaty. So this would enable accurate measurements that support fair trade, international trade, industry competitiveness, and public health. And this includes food safety. So this is a very basic representation of a food supply chain from farm to fork. So in the food supply chain, measurements go beyond laboratory testing and analysis. Measurement is embedded in every stage of the food supply chain, as these activities support the quality, safety, and traceability of food commodities. So I will be discussing these measurements in the succeeding slides. So at the primary production, measurements guide critical decisions such as soil nutrient, pH levels, water quality, pesticide and fertilizer applications, and antibiotic use. For example, the application rate for cartap hydrochloride, which is a systematic insecticide used for cabbages, is 1.5 to 2 tablespoons per 16 liters of water. And farmers should not apply it 10 days before harvesting. So inaccurate measurements and ag-regulated practices at this early stage would compromise food safety, and in this case, this ends up as pesticide residues in the vegetables that we eat. Moving to manufacturing, measurements become even more critical. These measurements include weighing of raw materials, product formulations, controlling temperature, and processing times. So commercial sterilization for low-acid canned goods requires 121 degrees centigrade for at least 15 minutes to kill Clostridium botulinum spores. So not accurately reaching this temperature creates a risk of not killing the bacterial spores and the risk of food poisoning. So after manufacturing, we move into distribution. Measurements support cold chain management and logistics. Temperature maintenance monitoring during storage and transportation ensure food remains safe and unspoiled. For example, it is important to maintain a temperature of -18 or below for raw meat during storage and transportation. Temperature abuse would promote the proliferation of pathogens such as salmonella, and as we all know, salmonella is dangerous to our health. Next is at the retail level. Measurements influence labeling accuracy, portioning, pricing by weight, and storage conditions. We see this when we go to groceries and supermarkets. So as consumers, we rely on these measurements to make informed purchasing decisions, and regulators rely on them to ensure fairness and safety. Also, expiration dates are established based on shelf life studies, which involves measurements. For example, the monitoring of concentrations of microorganisms over a period of time and checking if it still meets the standards. And lastly, this is when the product reaches our homes. Measurements affect cooking temperatures and storage practices. So as consumers, we should have a certain degree of knowledge on this. Even at this stage, food safety depends on the clarity and reliability of measurements communicated earlier in the chain. So based on these examples, we see that measurements are critical in every stage of the food supply chain. Now that we have seen how measurements are embedded in every stage of the food supply chain, it becomes clearer that ensuring the accuracy and reliability of these measurements is essential, and this includes food testing laboratories. So food testing laboratories are critical to protecting public health and maintaining confidence in the food system. So we use it to test end products to detect harmful microorganisms, chemicals, allergens, and other contaminants before product reaches consumers. So laboratories help maintain consistent quality by verifying manufacturing processes and SOPs, meet defined specification, or effectiveness of the HACCP plan by checking critical limits are met. So these systems were illustrated by Ms. Ken in her presentation earlier. So it is also useful in the product development, such as shelf life studies, recipe refinement, and effectiveness of developed processes. So given the critical roles of the laboratory, so how does one maintain its competency? So the Philippine framework for the competency of food testing laboratories is anchored on the Food Safety Act of 2013. So as we all know, implementers of the said law are the Department of Health through the Food and Drug Administration for processed foods, the Department of Agriculture and its attached agencies for the primary production or agricultural products, and the Department of Interior and Local Government through the local government units for the implementation of the Code Sanitation of the Philippines. So the regulation of food testing laboratories is described under Section 30 of the Food Safety Act. So under Section 30, this requires that, number one, food testing laboratories should be accredited based on international standards for global acceptability. Second, laboratories are required to use validated methods or standard methods from reputable organizations. Third, the organization or the laboratory should be able to demonstrate or manage impartiality to prevent conflict of interest. Next, laboratory testing should be performed by competent analysts with the required expertise. So not everyone could be an analyst, so education and skills are needed to perform these tests. And lastly, food safety regulatory agencies may recognize private testing laboratories accredited by the Philippine Accreditation Office, now the Philippine Accreditation Bureau of the Department of Trade and Industry. So when we have a robust laboratory accreditation mechanism, these would cover the requirements on validated methods, impartiality, personal competency, and more. So I will be discussing this later in my presentation. So these laboratory services are primarily provided by the food safety regulatory agencies, or the FSRAs, which are the primary implementers of the Food Safety Act. So this is specifically the FDA Philippines and the different laboratories of the Department of Agriculture, such as BFARD, NMIS, BPI, and others. So these laboratories also may accredit or recognize other laboratories which are accredited by the Philippine Accreditation Bureau of the DTI. So our laboratory at the Industrial Technology Development Institute undergoes this scheme. So we maintain both accreditation from the Philippine Accreditation Bureau and the FDA Philippines as well. So talking about the Philippine Accreditation Bureau, it is the national accreditation body of the Philippines to accredit inspection, testing, and certifying bodies, which includes food testing laboratories. So through this scheme, this increases the number of laboratory service providers, such as other government laboratories, such as those from the Department of Science and Technology, the private testing laboratories, and those laboratories from the manufacturing industry. So now that we know the function of the Philippine Accreditation Bureau, let us look more closely at how accreditation works and the international standard being used. So what is accreditation? It is an external assessment or third-party attestation to a conformity assessment body or the laboratory conveying formal demonstration of competence, impartiality, and consistency in their operation. It is actually an independent assurance of laboratory compliance, and the standard being used is the ISO IEC 17025-2017. So the standard covers the quality management system and technical competency. For this presentation, we will be focusing on the technical competency. So we all know that every requirement in the standard matters, but these technical requirements are what directly build laboratory competency. Competent personnel, validated methods, calibrated and traceable equipment, controlled facilities. Together, they determine whether a laboratory can produce results that are reliable and valid. And the guiding principle behind all of this is simple. Everything must be fit for intended use. Our methods, our equipment, our people. That phrase is central to the standard. So we will be discussing each element one by one. First is impartiality. Impartiality means objectivity and freedom from bias and conflicts of interest. So laboratory results must be based solely on evidence and measurements and should not be brought about or affected by personal, commercial, or organizational pressures. Because risks to impartiality can come from relationships or activities, laboratories must identify, control, and document these risks to ensure results remain credible and trusted. Second requirement is personnel competence. So this means that laboratory staff have the education, the training, the skills, and the experience to perform their assigned tasks correctly, consistently, and impartially. So in food testing laboratories, education is a statutory requirement. Analysts must have relevant formal education in the areas such as chemistry, microbiology, food technology, and other allied sciences. So I believe that not all analysts are created equal. One could conduct more complex analysis over the other. But I also believe that we could develop these skills by exposing them to training. So this highlights the importance of continuous improvement for our analysts through further studies, training, and mentoring. So the third requirement is facilities and environmental condition. So the facilities would provide the physical infrastructure, the proper workspace design, and the separation of incompatible activities. So different types of laboratories would have different requirements. So a chemistry laboratory would have a different design and requirement compared to a microbiology laboratory. Environmental conditions such as temperature, humidity, and sterility must be controlled, monitored, and recorded because they can physically alter samples, reagents, and testing performance. So for example, if sterility in a microbiology laboratory is not controlled, contamination during analysis is a risk leading to false positive results. And this directly compromises the validity of our testing results. So the next requirement is the use of standard methods. So laboratories are required to use validated or standard methods or procedures published by recognized authoritative bodies. So this matters because these methods have been extensively validated and peer-reviewed, ensuring consistency and international acceptability. Examples of these methods are from the AOAC for chemical analysis, the Bacteriological Analytical Manual from the US FDA for microbiological analysis, and the ISO test methods. The fifth requirement is equipment. So laboratories are required to have access to all equipment necessary for the correct performance of laboratory activities, including measuring equipments, software, measurement standards, reference materials, and auxiliary apparatuses. Examples of basic equipment are balances, thermometers to analytical instrumentations, such as gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, and identification systems. So documented procedures must be established for proper handling, transport, storage, use, and planned maintenance of equipment to ensure correct functioning and to prevent contamination or deterioration. So laboratories must establish calibration program to maintain the confidence in the measurement results. So intermediate checks between scheduled calibrations are also required to sustain the confidence in equipment performance. So connected to equipment is metrological traceability. Traceability in calibration refers to the ability to trace the readings of a measuring instrument back to a known reference standard or the unbroken chain of calibrations. So this calibration traceability provides confidence that the measurements made by the instrument are accurate and are traceable to the SI. So to demonstrate this, so whenever you receive a calibration report, check for the traceability of the equipment or standards used in the calibration of the equipment. So for example, the calibration of a pipettor requires the use of balance, thermometer, thermohygrometer, and reference pressure monitor. So these instruments should also be calibrated, and this would demonstrate your unbroken chain of calibration, and these details are part of the calibration reports. So the last key requirement is ensuring the validity of results, and this is your quality assurance. So this is a combination of different processes used to monitor and verify accuracy of results. So this would involve internal quality control, which includes the use of reference materials, such for positive and negative controls during analysis. So replicate testing for analytical results, retesting of samples to verify results. Some laboratories would conduct testing of blind samples or intra-laboratory testing to compare the competency of their analysts. So aside from these, laboratories are required to participate in inter-laboratory comparison schemes, and this is your external quality control. So this is an external assessment wherein an external party conducts the assessment for the laboratory. So let me show you an example. So this is an example of an external quality assessment. So this is one of our projects that we have conducted, which was funded by PCARD, a funding agency from DOST. So we developed the PT items, which is composed of immobilized microbial cells. So these were characterized for homogeneity and stability. And we invited laboratories to participate in these studies, including the BFAR laboratories. So they tested the samples and submitted the results to us. In simple terms, we compared the results of these laboratories to the consensus value and see how near or far their results are to the consensus value. So this is a graphical representation of that analysis. So laboratories would receive a report from us showing if they have achieved satisfactory, questionable, or unsatisfactory results. So these are useful information for laboratories to check on their system, perform root cause analysis and corrective actions should questionable or unsatisfactory results arise. So an example of a partnership between stakeholders from the government to the private sector is the DOST One Lab. So it is a partnership that was initiated by the Department of Science and Technology. So currently, it is composed of 70 member laboratories from the government, industry, and the academe. So this started with 24 laboratories coming from the DOST system to address the testing requirements for the industry. So it has expanded to an additional 35 local laboratories from the government and the private sector, and an additional 11 international laboratories as far as the UAE. So they maintain a database of services, referral system, and information management system. So the group also conducts competency building activities such as knowledge sharing, training, and technical assistance to each other. So the DOST1 lab exemplifies the partnership in action. The academe, government, and industry working together through competency building and sharing their expertise. So we now go back to the diagram I have presented in the objective of my presentation. Let us now identify the roles of the key players in achieving laboratory competency in the country. So the government establishes the legal and regulatory framework for food safety through RA 10611 or the Food Safety Act and the RA 9236 or the National Metrology Act. So while maintaining a network of accredited laboratories through the food safety regulatory agencies and the Philippine Accreditation Bureau, and ensuring measurement traceability through the National Measurement Laboratory. So the government also leads research and development efforts and skills development for their personnel. For the academe, so these institutions produce qualified food safety professionals, including laboratory personnel, through formal education. They also expand testing capacity through university laboratory services and contribute to method validation research. And they provide independent expertise as technical working group members and accreditation assessors. And last, the industry. They are the primary stakeholders of the policies and the standards that we create. They maintain internal laboratory proficiency through in-house testing and proficiency programs, ensuring product quality and compliance. So the industry also provides skills development and a critical feedback loop for government policies and contributes real-world expertise to technical working groups and accreditation processes. So basically, it is a framework of interdependence, each stakeholders complementing each other's contribution. So having seen how these three sectors contribute to laboratory competency, let me now share some key insights that tie everything together. First, as we have discussed throughout this presentation, measurement is not confined to the laboratory. From the farm to the consumer's table, accurate measurements underpin every stage of the food supply chain. Whether it is the application rate of pesticides in primary production, the sterilization temperature in manufacturing, or the cold chain during distribution. So these are all measurements that directly impact food safety and consumer protection. Second, laboratory competency is not about ticking off individual boxes. It is the synergy of competent personnel, well-maintained facilities, traceable equipment, validated methods, and a robust quality assurance system. All these elements must work together, guided by the principle of fitness for intended use to produce results that we can truly trust. And last, the trifocal perspective we explored earlier makes it clear that no single sector can achieve laboratory competency alone. It requires the government to set policies and maintain accreditation systems, the academe to produce professionals and advance research, and the industry to uphold standards and to provide real-world feedback. It is this interdependence that strengthens the entire framework. So my food safety journey started as a microbiology analyst at the Department of Science and Technology. So through training and various assignments, I have expanded my work beyond the four walls of the laboratory. So I began working with other government agencies as technical assessors with PAB and working on the development of food and water standards with FDA and the Department of Health. So we also collaborated with food testing laboratories through focus group discussions, trainings and technical assistance, and research and development activities. So our R&D activities focus on external quality control, and we share our outputs in international and local forums. So through my job as a public servant, this wraps up my contribution to supporting the food safety framework of the Philippines through laboratory competency and accurate measurements. So while gaps remain, continued collaboration among the academe, industry, and government will help us achieve our food safety goals. So that ends my presentation. So thank you. And should you wish to explore more on the subject matter, feel free to check out my references. So thank you, and I hope everyone stays and enjoy the rest of these informative sessions. Again, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Sir Marlon Aguinaldo, for that highly informative and technical presentation. Your discussion emphasized the importance of laboratory competency, precision, and accuracy in measurement as critical foundation in strengthening the Philippine food safety framework. Indeed, reliable laboratory data is essential in ensuring sound decision-making, regulatory compliance, and consumer protection. We truly appreciate your time and expertise, sir. We also encourage everyone to accomplish an evaluation form, which will be shared at the end of the first session. After answering, you will be able to receive your certificates. You may also write your questions in a section in our evaluation form. Your feedback will help us improve future learnings. Sir, for our first question, are you ready?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So for our first question, what are the common challenges of food testing laboratories in the Philippines?
Basically, food testing laboratories would require a lot of resource requirements, of course, financially. So setting up a laboratory is one thing, but actually maintaining the laboratory operation is another thing. No? So you have to maintain your equipment, calibration, and this would require financial resources. And one thing, problems for private laboratories especially is the fast turnaround of their staff or personnel. So it is very hard to develop their skills and eventually they would leave the company. No? So the laboratories would need to, again, conduct trainings for their remaining staff. No? So these challenges could be addressed by proper risk management and risk management of these laboratories by, for example, having understudies for their analysis. No? So eventually when someone leaves the company, someone could take over what has been, what should be needed to be conducted or tested. So thank you. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Sir Marlon. It seems it's not easy to set up a laboratory. You need to have a lot of things to accomplish first. For another question, you have mentioned about the interdependent relationship of academe, industry, and government on the Philippine laboratory framework.
So actually, when we say interdependent relationships, so they are dependent on each other. So basically, in terms of education, no, the academy would produce our professionals. No? So when the academy produces these professionals, they would have the technical knowledge and some basic skills. No? So when they move into the industry or to the government, no, they develop certain level of skills. No? So basically, when you move into the government and you're working in the laboratory, you are not just exposed to the laboratory itself. No? So you are exposed to policy making and regulatory compliances, regulatory setups. No? So you develop this skill level. So when you go to the industry, you develop another set of skills. No? So you develop skills that are specific to the industry that you are working with. No? So for example, in the processing industry, so when you work in the food manufacturing industry, no? So depending pa rin on the specific food commodities. No? So basically, during meetings, no? So I have encountered this during meetings when the technical working group meetings. No? So I have observed, no, so we have different, we have the same professional background, but we have different, perspectives, no. So if you're coming from the academy, you would have a different perspective, a different skill set, as well as if you're coming from the industry or the government, no. So these are collective efforts, no, when you develop standards, no, very useful when you develop standards. Thank you.
Very well said, Sir Marlon. For the third question, in your proficiency testing project on shrimp products. What were the most common causes of unsatisfactory results among the 32 participating microbiological laboratories?
Basically, for that our particular interlaboratory scheme, no, so we had 32 participating microbiological laboratories, but only around 5 achieve unsatisfactory or questionable results. No? So it is not part of our activity to check what were the common causes for this, but actually in ISO IEC 17025, it is the duty of the laboratory to conduct root cause analysis and corrective actions once they receive unsatisfactory results. And also, based on the studies, most common causes of unsatisfactory results would come from personnel. This would come from the equipment. No? If your equipment is not calibrated, so affected yung ating measurement. The facilities, no, if it is contaminated, this would cause probably false positive results. No? So personnel competence is very important. No? So when you conduct analysis, and there are certain instances wherein the personnel is actually the cause of the root cause. No? So let us not blame the personnel. No? It could be a problem of the laboratory in giving trainings or competency building activities for our personnel. No? So I have encountered an example. The root cause of their unsatisfactory result is actually on the computation of the laboratory results. No? So mali lang yung dilution factor na ginamit during the computation. Yun lang yung naging actual problem nila. No? Everything was in place. No? But these are all part of the exercise, no, of proficiency testing, no, from the sample receipt up to the reporting of results. No? So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that well-thought answer, Sir Marlon. Now we know the importance of the linkage of accurate measurements to food safety. Now we move forward to our next speaker who represents the Academe. He will be explaining the very important role of the Academe in providing knowledge, specifically in food safety. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Wilner Jr. P. Batalier, a part-time instructor from the Technological University of the Philippines and Restaurant Quality Assurance Supervisor of Mary Grace Food Incorporated. With his strong involvement in academic instruction and research, he contributes to the development of future professionals equipped with the knowledge and competencies needed to uphold food safety standards. His work highlights the critical role of the Academe in bridging research, education, and regulatory frameworks. Today, he will be sharing his expertise on the topic connecting research, education, and regulation, Academe's role in food safety standards. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Wilner Jr. P. Batalier. Sir, the virtual floor is yours.
For that wonderful introduction. Good day, everyone. Today, I'll be discussing connecting research, education, and regulation, academic roles in food safety standards. When we work in food safety, we often think of laws, inspections, and industry compliance. But behind every standard and regulation is a body of knowledge built and validated through years of research and education. And much of that work begins in our universities and research institutions. Before the Philippines enacted Republic Act 10611, or the Food Safety Act of 2013, years of academic research and evidence-based advocacy laid the groundwork for its passage. Academe was there, quietly but powerfully shaping the standards we follow today. In this session, I will walk you through how the Academe contributes to food safety standards and why its role remains essential in building safer food systems for every Filipino. This outline shows the flow of my presentation. I will start with an introduction, then discuss why academe matters in food safety. After that, I will explain food safety education and research in academe, followed by food safety standards and frameworks. I will then present the contribution of academe to government and industry through research, and lastly, end with the linkage among the sectors and my key learning takeaways. In this presentation, I have three key objectives that I would like us to walk through together. First, I want to shed the light on how the academe actively contributes to food safety, not just through teaching, but through research and regulatory support that shapes the standards we follow today. Second, I want to show how academic research directly influences food safety policies, from the guidelines our government enforces to the practices adopted by the private sector. And third, I want to emphasize that no single sector can strengthen food safety alone. It takes the combined effort of the academe, government, and industry working hand in hand to build food systems that are truly safe and reliable. By the end of this session, I hope you walk away with a clear picture of just how vital the academe's role in the broader food safety landscape. So what is academe? According to the Department of Education of Western Sydney University, academe is not just about teaching. It generates new knowledge that strengthens food safety standards and practices, and applies research to improve regulatory understanding and food safety systems. In other words, academe is where the science behind our food safety policies begins. And this is where research in food safety becomes critical. As defined by the US Food and Drug Administration, food safety research uses scientific methods to study food hazards, testing, and risk assessment, ultimately helping improve food safety practices, standards, and public health protection. Together, these two concepts tell us one thing: academe and research are not separate from food safety. They are at the very core of it. Now that we understand what academe and research are, let us talk about why research is important in food safety standards. According to the Food Safety Inspection and Service of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, research plays four critical roles. First, research prioritization. Research helps identify the most critical food safety concerns that need immediate attention, ensuring that our efforts are directed where they matter most. Second, evidence generation. Research fills data gaps that government and institutions need to make informed decisions and take appropriate public health action. Without evidence, policies are just guesswork. Third, method development. Through research, laboratory methods, and testing capabilities, as Sir Marion discussed earlier, are continuously improved, making our food safety systems more accurate and reliable. And fourth, regulatory and workforce support. Research does not only inform science-based policies, it also trains and prepares the next generation of food safety scientists and professionals. So research is not just about studying problems. It provides the direction, evidence, methods, and support needed to strengthen food safety standards as a whole. After understanding the importance of research in food safety standards, it's also important to look at another major contribution of academe, and that is the food safety education. Academe plays an important role in building awareness. It promotes food safety not only inside the classroom, but after understanding the importance of research, let us now look at another major contribution of academe. First is build awareness. Academe promotes food safety not just inside the classroom, but walk-through seminars, handouts, flyers, and knowledge-sharing activities, making food safety more accessible to students and the wider community. Second, it teaches standards. Academe introduces students to essential concepts such as hygiene, sanitation, contamination prevention, and food safety standards. This helps learners understand that these standards are not merely rules to follow, but critical tools for protecting public health. Third, prepare professionals. Academe equips students with knowledge and skills they need to apply food safety standards in real workplace setting, whether industry, government, laboratories, or food service. And fourth, apply learning. Academe translate food safety standards into practical exercises and real-life situations, bridging the gap between theory and practice. In short, Academe does not just teach food safety, it builds people who will carry the food safety forward. Now that we understand the role of Academe in research and education, let us look at how it all comes together. How Academe actually strengthens food safety standard through a clear five-phase processes. It begins with phase one, conduct research, and Academe carries out studies related to food hazards, contaminants, and food quality issues. This is the starting point. Without research, everything else has no foundation. This leads to phase two, generate evidence. Research produces scientific data on the sources, occurrence, analytical methods, and health effects of food hazards. And this is critical because food safety standards must be grounded in science, not assumptions. Moving forward is phase three, improve methods. Academic findings help refine testing methods, laboratory procedures, and safety assessment tools, making our food safety systems more accurate and reliable. With stronger evidence and better methods, we will reach phase four, inform the standards. The knowledge produced by Academe directly supports the development and improvement of food safety standards and guidelines used in actual practice. And all of this leads to phase five, promote safer food. Stronger standards protect public health and support the production of food that is not only safer but higher quality. In short, Academe strengthens food safety but by turning research into evidence, improving methods, and building standards that ultimately protect every consumer. Now that we understand how Academe strengthens food safety standards, let us take a moment to understand the key references that guide food safety systems, standards, guidelines, and regulatory frameworks. First, standards. These provide formal requirements or benchmarks for food safety and quality. They serve as the reference point for how food should be produced, handled, and evaluated. And research plays a crucial role here by providing the scientific evidence needed to develop and continuously improve these standards. Second, guidelines. These offer recommended practices for safe food handling, hygiene, sanitation, and control measures. While they may not always carry the force of law, they are just as important in guiding individuals and organizations towards safe food practices. Research supports these guidelines by identifying the best practices and most effective control measure guidelines. And third, regulatory frameworks. These establish the legal rules and enforcement systems that ensure food safety compliance. This is where policy meets practice. Research strengthens these frameworks by providing the data and a scientific basis needed for sound policy-making, regulation, and enforcement. While these three may seem different, they all share one common thread. They all grounded in research. And they all work together to protect public health. In the next slides, we will look at actual examples of each of these references. After distinguishing standards, guidelines, and regulations, let us now look at how these are actually applied here in the Philippines. First, we have the Philippine National Standards or the PNS. These serve as the national references for product specification, processing, grading, and safety requirements. For example, PNS BAPS 181 of 2021 set the standard for the quality and safety of fresh chicken meat. These are widely used in teaching, research, and laboratory testing to build a strong technical understanding of food safety. Second, the Department of Agriculture sets a standard focusing on primary production of post-harvest and food safety. A practical example is the Good Agricultural Practices or JP guidelines, which govern how crops are safely grown, harvested, and handled before reaching consumers, making them a valuable reference for agricultural food safety studies and extension work. And third, the Department of Health covers processed and prepackaged foods to protect public health. A familiar example is Administrative Order number 2014-0030, which governs food labeling requirement for processed food products, a key reference in public health research and professional training on food regulation and consumer protection. Together, these standards connect academic learning directly to actual food safety practices in our country. Moving forward, let us now look at the key regulatory references that guide food safety in the Philippines. First is the Food Safety Act of 2013 or Republic Act number 10611, the main law governing food safety, regulation, inspection, and coordination in the country. This law provides the legal foundation that shapes food safety education, policy-related research, and regulatory awareness. A good example of this in practice is how universities now integrate food safety governance and regulatory compliance into their food technology and nutrition curricula. Second is FDA regulations, covering the product registration, labeling compliance, and processed food control. For instance, the FDA's requirement for product registration before market entry is a key topic in food safety courses, helping students understand the step-by-step processes of bringing a safe and compliant food product to consumers. And third, the Presidential Decree number 856 or the Sanitation Code of the Philippines, as discussed by Ms. Kenken Alair. The National Code for Public Health, Hygiene and Food Establishment Safety. This is especially relevant in food service and hospitality programs, where sanitation and safe food establishment practices are core competencies students must master. Together, these regulatory references bridge classroom learning with the actual law and enforcement system that protects Filipino consumers every day. Beyond local regulations, it is also essential for Academe to understand and align with international food safety standards. First, the Codex Alimentarius, a comprehensive collection of international food standards, guidelines, and code of practice developed by the FAO and WHO. Think of it as the global rulebook for food safety. For example, the Codex guidelines on maximum residual limits for pesticides are widely referenced in food safety research and teaching, helping students understand how international standards protect consumers across borders. Second is the ISO 22000, a food safety management system standard for organization across the entire food chain. A practical example is how companies use ISO 200,000 certification to demonstrate their commitment to food safety. Understanding this standard prepares the students for the real demands of food safety management in professional settings. And third is the BRCGS Food Safety Standard, a globally recognized benchmark for food manufacturing organizations. This is particularly relevant for students targeting careers in export-oriented food companies where BRCGS is a certification is often a requirement for accessing international markets. Together, these international standards broaden academic perspective and prepare students to meet not just local but global food safety expectations. Alongside the international standards, let us now look at the key international guidelines that guide food safety operations worldwide. First is the HACCP, or the Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Points. This is a science-based preventive system for identifying and controlling food safety hazards. A classic example is how food processing companies identify critical control points such as cooking temperature to eliminate pathogens like salmonella. This is a core topic in food technology programs, helping students understand how hazards are systematically managed in a production setting. Second is the GMP, or the good manufacturing practices. These are the basic operational and environmental practices required to produce safe food. For example, proper hand washing protocols, pest control, and equipment sanitation in food facilities are all GMP requirements. Concepts that students encounter both in the classroom and in actual plant visits and laboratory work. And third is the GHP, or the good hygiene practices. This focuses on sanitation, cleanliness, and safe food handling. A simple but powerful example is the 5-second rule, which GHP direct contradicts, reinforcing to students why science-based hygiene practices matter more than common misconceptions. Together, HACCP, GMP, and GHP form the operational backbone of food safety, and understanding all the three prepares students to apply food safety principles from classroom to production floor. Now let us look at key international regulatory references that also inform food safety education and research. First, the US FDA, one of the world's most recognized food safety regulatory authorities. A well-known example is the Food Safety Modernization Act or FSMA, which shifted the focus from responding to foodborne illnesses to preventing it. Understanding how the FDA operates helps students grasp international food regulation, labeling requirements, and preventive control system increasingly adopted worldwide. Second is the USDA FSIS, the US agency responsible for the safety of meat, poultry, and egg products. For example, its mandatory inspection system for slaughterhouses is a widely studied model in food safety courses, helping the students understand how science-based inspection and sanitation systems work in practice. Third is the EU General Food Law, the overarching legal framework for food safety in the European Union. A notable example is the EU's farm-to-fork traceability requirement, which mandates the food products be traceable at every stage of production. So this concept is increasingly being adopted globally and is an important topic for students preparing for careers in food export and international trade. So together, these international regulatory references remind us that food safety is a global concern, and Academe plays a vital role in preparing students to navigate both local and international food safety systems with confidence. Now, let us look at how Academe directly contributes to government through research, because academic work does not stay within university walls. It actively shapes food safety governance. First, research serves as a basis for policy and regulation. Academic findings provide the evidence government needs to improve food laws, policies, and standards. A strong local example is how research conducted by DOST FNRI on nutritional deficiencies contributed to the development of food fortification on policies in the Philippines. This topic can also be discussed later in the afternoon session. This means that turning scientific findings into actual legislation. Second, Academe supports risk assessment and public health protection. Studies on food hazards, contamination, and outbreaks give government the data it needs for food safety planning. For instance, academic studies on aflatoxin contamination in corn and peanuts have directly informed government monitoring and regulatory response to protect consumers from this serious food safety risk. Third, academic experts provide technical recommendations. Research and faculty members often serve as consultants or technical advisors to government agency, offering guidance on standards, guidelines, and food control measures. This expertise strengthens the scientific basis of food safety system. And fourth, research drives regulatory improvement. It helps the government assess whether existing rules are still effective or need updating. A relevant example is how emerging research on online food business and delivery services is how now pushing regulators to revisit and update existing food safety rules to cover these new platforms. In short, Academe does not just produce knowledge, it actively helps the government build stronger, more responsive food safety systems. Beyond government and academe also plays a vital role in supporting the food industry through research. First, product development and improvement. Research helps companies improve product formulation, quality, safety, packaging, and preservation. A great local example is how universities have collaborated with small and medium food enterprises to develop better preservation methods for traditional Filipino products like bagoong and patis, extending shelf life while maintaining food and quality standards. Second is the problem solving in food safety. Research helps identify the root cause of spoilage, contamination, and process issues. For instance, academic studies on microbial contamination in ready-to-eat street food have helped vendors and small food businesses adopt better hygiene and handling practices directly reducing the food safety risk. Third is the quality and safety testing. Academic laboratories supports microbiological, chemical, and physical testing for industries that may not have their own testing facilities. This is especially valuable for small food businesses and startups that rely on university laboratories to validate the safety and quality of their products before the market entry. And fourth is the process improvement and innovation. Academe recommends better production, storage, and handling methods and support technology and commercialization through collaborative research. A compelling example is how the OST funded university through research has led to the commercialization and improvement of food processing technologies now being used by local food manufacturers. Simply put, Academe is not just an observer of the food industry, it is an active partner in making it safer, better, and more innovative. And now, we arrive at the bigger picture, the link between the academe, government, and industry in building stronger food safety systems. It starts with academe, generating research, developing knowledge, and training the next generation of food safety professionals. This is where the science begins. That science then flows into industry, where it is applied through product innovation, standards compliance, and process improvement. Academic knowledge does not stay in the classroom. It shows up on production floors, laboratory results, and in the quality of food products reaching consumers. And at the center of all is the government, translating research and evidence into policies, regulations, and public health protections. Evidence-based decisions are only possible when government has access to credible academic research. When all three work together, the result is a food safety system that is scientifically sound, practically applied, and legally enforced. Academe provides the science, industry puts into practice, and government ensures that everyone is protected. This is what trifocal collaboration truly looks like, and it is exactly what today's webinar has been all about. As we close, allow me to share something a little more personal, my learning key takeaways from this journey of exploring Academe's role in food safety. The first is my learning foundation. My understanding of food safety did not happen overnight. It was built through years of academic study, research, and my master's training in food safety management. Every standard, guideline, and regulation I discussed today was not just something I read about. It is something I have studied, applied, and continued to deepen my understanding of. The second is industry relevance. This topic reminded me that food safety knowledge must never stay within the four walls of a classroom. As someone who also works in the food industry as a quality assurance supervisor, I have seen firsthand how the standards we discuss in Academe HACCP, GMP, ISO 22000 are the very same standard applied on the production floor every single day. Theory and practice are not separate. They are two sides of the same coin. And the third is the teaching growth. As a professor, teaching food technology students, preparing this presentation strengthened not only my knowledge, but also my confidence to teach food safety more effectively. It reminded me that teaching is not just about delivering information, it is about inspiring students to understand why food safety matters and preparing them to carry that mission forward. This experience reminded me that academic role does not end at research. It extends to teaching, mentoring, and shaping the future of food safety, one student at a time. These are the references that grounded every discussion in this presentation, drawn from credible institutions and scholars. And with that, thank you so much for your time and for listening. I hope today's discussion has been valuable and meaningful for everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilner Jr. P. Batalier, for that insightful and meaningful presentation. Your discussion clearly emphasized how the Academe plays a vital role in integrating research, education, and regulatory principles to strengthen food safety standards. It reminds us that building a strong food safety culture starts with education, scientific knowledge, and continuous collaboration. We truly appreciate your time and expertise, sir. We also encourage everyone to accomplish the evaluation form, which will be shared at the end of the first session. After answering, you will be able to receive your certificates. You may also write your questions in a section in our evaluation form. Your feedback will help us improve our future learnings. We've prepared some questions for you, Sir Wilnor. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for the first question, you mentioned that Academe contributes to both government and industry through research. But in the Philippine context, how strong is that linkage in practice? Are there existing collaborations between universities and the FDA or DA that we can look at as models?
That's a great question, Sir Rayson. Honestly, the linkage is growing, but it's not yet as strong as we'd like it to be. There are universities like UP Los Baños and some state colleges that actively collaborate with the DA and DOST on food safety research projects. But for many schools, the connection is still mostly indirect. Like when research outputs get cited in policy reviews or when graduates end up working in regulatory agencies. The good news is that there's now more push for academic government partnerships, especially with the Food Safety Act already in place. We just need more platforms where researchers and regulators can sit down together and actually use that research.
Thank you for that wonderful answer, Sir Wilnor. For our second question, with the Food Safety Act of 2013 already in place, what gaps do you think still exist in terms of how academic research is being translated into actual policy updates or regulatory revisions here in the Philippines?
Yes, the Food Safety Act is a big step forward. But the gap I often see is that a lot of food research stays inside the university. It gets published, it gets graded, and then it just sits there. There's no strong mechanism yet that regularly pulls academic findings into regulatory review process. So what happens is that policy sometimes lag behind the science. What we really need is a more structured system, maybe a national food safety research agenda, where government agencies actively commission studies from academia and commit to using these results. That's the easy link.
Again, thank you, Sir Wilnor, for our last question. As someone teaching in School of Food Science and Technology, how do you personally bridge the gap between what is taught in the classroom and what food businesses, especially small and medium enterprises, actually need on the ground when it comes to food safety compliance?
This one is close to my heart. What I try to do is to make sure that our lessons are not just textbook based. We use real industry cases. We look at actual FDA violations and we walk students through what HACCP and GMP look like in a real production setting, not just on paper. For SMEs specifically, I think the biggest challenge is that they know food safety is important, but they don't always know where to start. So part of our role as educators is to simplify the standards, to tell them, here are the three things you need to discuss, to do first. Extension work and community outreach are also big for us because that's where we bring the classroom directly to the industry.
Okay, thank you again, Sir Wilnor, for that wonderful and well thought answers. Now we know that the importance of Academe as the basic or the first or the start of everyone who wants to learn about food safety. By now, the QR code for the evaluation form is posted in this slide. Kindly scan the QR code to access the speaker evaluation form. Please ensure all details entered are correct and complete. Share your honest feedback about the speaker's presentation and delivery. Your comments and suggestions are highly appreciated. Certificates will be automatically sent using the details you provided. Submit the form before 6 p.m. today. So we'll be giving around 1 minute for you to be able to scan the QR code. Again, thank you for attending our first session. As we conclude our first session, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers who generously shared their knowledge and expertise with us today. We sincerely thank Dr. Daniel Dasig Jr. for his inspiring message that emphasized the importance of leadership, collaboration, and the role of the Academe in advancing food safety and public health. We also express our appreciation to Ms. Kenken B. Alair of Mary Grace Foods Incorporated for sharing practical insights on strengthening quality assurance and food safety control in food service operations. Likewise, we thank Mr. Marlon Aguinaldo from the Department of Science and Technology, Industrial Technology Development Institute for highlighting the importance of laboratory competency and accuracy in measurements in strengthening the Philippine food safety framework. And of course, our sincere appreciation to Mr. Wilner Jr. P. Batalier of the Technological University of the Philippines for emphasizing the crucial role of the Academe in connecting research, education, and regulatory standards in food safety. Your valuable contributions have truly enriched our understanding and strengthened our commitment to food safety excellence. By this time, we will have a break before we proceed to the next set of speakers for the second session of our webinar.
"1919 was an auspicious year in history. The First World War ended, ushering a drastic change in the world order. The Philippine Islands had been a U.S. territory for 2 decades and was promised independence under the Jones Law of 1916. Progressive reformers saw the country and its people as a major target for modernization, and education was its main weapon. 7 forward-looking Filipinas came together in 1919 to create a school where young women could gain the knowledge and skills that would make them modern women. Paz Marquez Benitez was the first president of the Philippine Women's College. Jose Abad Santos was its first chairman of the Board of Trustees. Francisca Tirona Benitez was the second president, and with her husband Dean Conrado, guided the school from a house on A. Flores Street to its iconic Taft Avenue campus. In 1932, the college became a university, making PWU the first university for women in Asia founded by Asians. It provided a space where innovations in education flourished, and young people were encouraged to be the best that they could be. For over 100 years, the Philippine Women's University has been known as a leader in quality education. In 1934, PWU moved into its main campus on Taft Avenue, and since the 1970s has been co-educational. Located in the heart of Metro Manila, it is easily accessible by public transport and surrounded by affordable housing. Today's PWU offers undergraduate and graduate courses in several fields of study. Its business and management programs are responsive to the needs of industry, using evolving technology for global competence. PWU graduates excel in arts and sciences, education, social work, and diplomacy. Its fine arts and music programs have produced outstanding graduates through a holistic education that treasures heritage as well as excellence. PWU has pioneered in fields such as food science, nutrition and dietetics, medical technology, pharmacy, and nursing. PWU continues to play an essential role in producing graduates who possess the skills that make them competitive in the country and anywhere in the world.
Good day. We hope you had a refreshing break. Welcome back to Academe Industry Government, a trifocal perspective on food safety management system. As we move forward to the second session of our webinar, Industry, Academe, and Government in Strengthening the Food Safety Systems, is aligning scientific research, industrial practices, and regulatory frameworks such as Republic Act No. 10611 and ISO 22000-2018. to ensure safe, high quality, and compliant food products. Before we proceed, let me briefly remind everyone to our webinar etiquette. Please keep your microphones muted at all times unless you are called to speak. You may use the chat box to share your thoughts, questions, or insights during the discussion. Be respectful and professional in all interactions throughout the webinar. And if you have any questions, you may write it in our section in our evaluation form. The link will be provided right after the last speaker. Please ensure also a stable internet connection to avoid interruptions. With that, let us move forward and make most of the next discussions. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Wilner Jr. P. Batalier, a restaurant quality assurance supervisor at Mary Grace Foods Incorporated and a part-time instructor at the Technological University of the Philippines, Manila. It is truly an honor to serve as your moderator for this afternoon's session. I'll be guiding you through the remaining segments of our program, facilitating discussions and managing our question and answer portions to keep everything running smoothly. We have an exciting lineup ahead as our distinguished speakers share their expertise on food safety, research, and regulatory practices. We hope this session sparks new ideas and deepens your understanding of these important topics. May it be valuable and enriching experience from start to finish. With that, let us move forward and continue with our program. Let's have a great afternoon, everyone. Get ready, everyone, for our next speaker. It brings a wealth of expertise straight from the heart of the food industry. Mr. Rayson L. Imson, Corporate Technical Manager of Frabel Food Group, has been at the forefront of research and development, driving product innovation, elevating food quality, and ensuring that industry practices stay aligned with the highest standard of food safety compliance. And today, he is here to bridge the gap between the science, industry, and regulation as he takes on the topic, the strategic role of research and development in the food industry, aligning academic evidence, food industry practice, and food industry regulation in the Philippine context. This is a topic you do not want to miss. Let us give a warm welcome to Mr. Rayson L. Imson. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Sir Wilnor, for your warm introduction. Earlier, you have discussed the research and development in the role of academe to the industry and government. Now, I will be giving light to the role of research and development in the food industry that focuses on safe, compliant, innovative, and market-ready products. For our first topic this afternoon, we will explore the strategic role of research and development, or R&D, in the food manufacturing, aligning industrial practices, academic evidence, and food safety regulations in the Philippines. We will focus on how it connects industrial practices, academic research, and food safety regulations in the Philippines. This topic is especially relevant as food safety and innovation continue to evolve. By the end of this session, you will understand how R&D drives both innovation and food safety. For my introduction, food manufacturing today is no longer just about producing goods. It is driven by science, data, and innovation. Consumers expect products that are not only safe, but also high quality and consistent. At the same time, regulatory requirements are becoming more stringent, especially in the Philippines. This creates a need for a strong R&D function within organizations. R&D ensures that products meet both market expectations and regulatory standards. For my objectives, we have three. First, to explain the role of R&D in the food manufacturing. Second, to show how R&D in the food industry, academia, and government are interconnected. And lastly, to highlight the importance of integrating these elements to achieve both innovation and food safety. Why is it important to note and learn the R&D, academe, government, quote-unquote, trifocal perspective? Academe provides research validation and innovation, ensuring that food safety measures such as HACCP controls, sanitation methods are grounded in scientific evidence, not assumptions. The food industry, or R&D in operations, translates scientific findings into real-world applications, processing methods, product formulation, and manufacturing systems. And government agencies like FDA or DOH develop and enforce food safety policies and standards based on both scientific evidence and industry realities. The collaboration between food R&D in the industry or academe and government experts is essential because food safety is not just a single responsibility. It is a shared system that requires science, implementation, and regulation working together. Without one of these pillars, the system becomes weak, either unsafe, impractical, or non-compliant. To start, let us first define research and development. Research and development represents a structured and systematic process designed to generate, innovate, and practical solutions through scientifically validated procedures. It is widely applied across various industries, including pharmaceuticals, technology, agriculture, and the food industry, each addressing unique challenges and opportunities. Now let me discuss the strategic role of research and development. First is product innovation. Product innovation enables companies to develop new food products that meet changing consumer preferences while ensuring successful market entry through research, testing, and validation. Second is cost control reduction. Cost control reduction strategies focus on optimizing formulation, sourcing, and processing efficiencies to make products more affordable without compromising quality and safety. Third is enhancing sensory properties. Enhancing sensory properties such as taste, texture, aroma, and appearance ensures that food products are more appealing and competitive in the market. Fourth is nutritional improvement. Nutritional improvement addresses consumer demand for healthier options by formulating products or targeting specific dietary needs such as low sodium, high protein, or fortified foods. And at the core of all these initiatives is food safety, which must be integrated from product development to commercialization to prevent hazards and ensure compliance with regulatory standards. R&D team play a crucial role or critical role in validating processes, selecting safe ingredients, and implementing controls such as HACCP and GMP. Ultimately, balancing innovation, cost, quality, nutrition, and safety measures sustainable success and consumer trust in food products. By now, we knew and understood the strategic role of R&D. The question is, how will an R&D do his or her role effectively without compromising food safety? Every R&D must learn that working alone based on your sole talent and skills can be difficult. This may result in unsafe and non-compliant food products. As the saying goes, no man is an island. You will be needing the support and contributions of the academe and government. Why? Academe play a vital role in strengthening food industry R&D by providing scientific expertise, research validation, and regulatory guidance. Universities support product development through studies, testing, and innovation, while government agencies ensure compliance with food safety standards, policies, and regulations. Through collaboration, they help R&D teams develop safe, high-quality, and market-ready food products while maintaining consumer protection and industry competitiveness. Let us discuss first how the Academe supports and contributes to the R&D in the food industry. The Academe, or the universities and research institution, plays a critical role in strengthening research and development in the food industry by providing knowledge or scientific knowledge, innovation, and technical expertise that ensure products are safe, competitive, and compliant with regulations. I personally believe that there are a lot of contributions that the Academe can provide R&D in the food industry. But I will be discussing three major contributions of the Academe to the world of research and development in the food industry. These are first, research generation, second, creation of standard references, and my personal favorite is the third, training and education. First, I would like to discuss the first contribution, which is research generation. Research generation is a process by which the Academe systematically produces new scientific knowledge and evidence through studies and experiments that can be applied by the food industry to improve product development and ensure food safety. Examples are ResearchGate, Frontiers, Science Direct, PubMed, and Google Scholar. These are sample of research engines that R&Ds can do or where R&D can do research on various food safety topics that can be beneficial to his or her work. Second major contribution is the creation of standard references. Standard references, universities and research institutions contribute to the scientific methods, experimental data, and evidence-based standards that R&D uses to improve the effectiveness of food safety controls. Examples of standard references that R&D should review and study are the Codex Alimentarius, which is our technical Bible for food additives, and of course, the Philippine national standards. Third contribution, and my personal favorite, is the training and education. Various training equips individuals with the knowledge, skills, and competencies needed to develop safe food products and consistently apply food safety standards in the industry. Examples are, first, food shop. Second is MICA or culinary schools, where I personally learned the first, or where I encountered first HACCP. Second is Institute of Food Science and Technology. Number four is ServeSafe. Next is Food Development Center. Next is SGS or SGS. Next is TESDA. And of course, next is PWU, our alma mater, where I am currently enrolled in food safety management. And lastly is Philippine Trade and Training Center. As mentioned earlier, there are a lot of contributions of Academe to R&D in the food industry. Some of it are, Academe provides studies of foodborne illnesses. The Academe conducts scientific research to identify causes, transmission, and prevention of foodborne illnesses or diseases, providing evidence-based data to improve food safety practices in the industry. Number two, Academe also provides knowledge about food safety systems. The Academe teaches food safety frameworks such as HACCP and FSMS using scientific principles, ensuring that industry practices are effective, standardized, and compliant with regulation. And lastly, the Academe provides knowledge on laboratory testing and analysis. The Academe provides knowledge about laboratory and how to perform accurate testing of food products, thus supporting industry in verifying safety, quality, and regulatory compliance. By now, we learned the beneficial contributions of the Academe to R&D in the food industry. Let me discuss now the practical ways the R&D can acquire knowledge from the Academe. First is research collaborations. R&D team partners with universities to conduct joint studies, gaining access to scientific expertise, validated methods, and research findings. Second is training and workshops. R&D personnel attend academic seminars, certifications, and technical trainings programs to update their knowledge of food safety, processing, and innovation. Third is academic journals. R&D teams review scientific journals, theses, and research papers to stay updated on new technologies and food safety advancements. Fourth is internship and talent pipeline. Hiring graduates or hosting interns allow R&D to acquire new or fresh knowledge, new techniques, and updated academic practices. Fifth is consultancy and expert engagement. R&D can consult professors and researchers for technical guidance, problem solving, and validation processes. And last but not least is participation in academic conferences. Attending conferences exposes R&D teams to emerging trends, innovations, and global best practices in food safety and product development. By now, let me discuss the third pillar in our trifocal system, which is the government. I'll be discussing why the government is vital to the strategic role of R&D in the food industry. Government food safety regulations guide the R&D by ensuring that innovations are scientifically validated, legally compliant, and consistently controlled, and safe for consumers while enabling market access and building trust. The major contributions of the government to R&D are the following. First, policy regulation. Next, enforcement of standards. Next, consumer protection. Next is compliance monitoring. Next is certification system. And lastly, technical support. I will be discussing each contribution in the following slides. First contribution is policy regulation. Government policies such as RA 10611 provide the foundation for food safety practices in the Philippines. These regulations guide R&D in designing products and processes that meet legal and safety requirements. Without clear policies, there will be no standardized approach to ensuring food safety. R&D must translate regulatory requirements into actual product specifications and processing conditions. This includes ensuring correct ingredient usage, labeling compliance, and validated food safety controls. In short, R&D operationalized laws into practical and safe product designs. Second contribution is the enforcement of standards. Regulatory agencies like FDA and DA conduct inspections and audits to ensure that food manufacturers comply with safety standards. These enforcements ensure that R&D developed R&D processes are properly implemented in actual operations. It also promotes accountability and continuous improvement in food safety systems. R&D plays a key role in preparing documentation such as validation studies, HACCP plans, and technical specifications. These serve as evidence during audits and inspections. Strong R&D systems ensure that operations can consistently pass regulatory checks. Third is the consumer protection. Consumer protection is the ultimate goal of food safety regulations. The government ensures that unsafe or mislabeled products do not reach consumers through monitoring and recall systems. This builds public trust and reinforces the importance of R&D in producing safe and high-quality food products. R&D ensures that products are not only innovative but also safe for consumption through hazard control, shelf life studies, and proper formulation. It also ensures accurate labeling and product claims. Ultimately, R&D directly contributes to protecting the consumer health and building trust. Fourth is compliance monitoring. Compliance monitoring is the government's process of regularly inspecting and evaluating food establishments to ensure adherence to food safety laws and standards. Regulatory agencies such as FDA and DA conduct routine inspections and audits to verify that food manufacturers follow established safety standards. For R&D, this means ensuring that all developed processes, HACCP plans, and controls are properly implemented and documented. Continuous compliance monitoring drives consistency and accountability in food safety practices. Fifth is certification system. Certification such as GMP, HACCP, or ISO 22000 demonstrate that the company follows recognized food safety systems. The R&D plays a critical role by developing validated processes and the documentation needed to achieve and maintain these certifications. These certifications enhances credibility and market access. And last but definitely not the least is technical support. Government agencies often provide training, guidelines, and expert advice to help companies strengthen their food safety systems. For R&D, this support can improve product development, validation, and compliance strategies to ensure that even small or growing companies can meet national and international standards. This diagram illustrates the integral trifocal approach to food safety, where three key factors, R&D in the food industry, academe, and government, work together to ensure safe, high-quality food for consumers. Each plays a unique but interconnected role. The government provides regulation and oversight, the academe provides knowledge and innovation, while the R&D does the application and execution. By now, we have learned the trifocal approach to food safety and how the academe and government contribute to the strategic role of R&D in the food industry. I will be discussing in this slide the benefits of this trifocal approach. First is the improved food safety system. The academe provides scientific validation, the government enforces regulations, and the R&D applies this into actual processes. This alignment ensures that food safety systems like HACCP are both effective and compliant. It reduces the risk of contamination and strengthens overall food safety management. Second is faster product development. The R&D gains access to research and testing from the academe while receiving clear regulatory direction from the government. This reduces the trial and error and shortens time to market. As a result, companies can innovate faster without compromising safety. Third is stronger regulatory compliance. With early involvement of government guidelines and academic validation, R&D can design compliant processes from the start. This reduces the risk of product recalls, penalties, or delays in approval. Compliance becomes more proactive rather than reactive. Fourth is evidence-based decision-making. The academe provides the scientific evidence, while R&D applies it in real-world production. The government ensures that decisions meet regulatory expectations. This results in more reliable, consistent, and safe products. Fifth is enhanced technical skills. Through training, workshops, and collaboration, R&D teams continuously upgrade their skills. This enhances their ability to implement advanced food safety systems and innovative technologies. Skilled personnel are essential for maintaining high standards. Six is enhanced competitiveness and market access. Compliance with global standards such as Codex and ISO allows products to enter international markets. Government support and academic validation strengthen credibility. This positions companies for expansion and export opportunities. Lastly, better consumer protection and trust. When all sectors work together, risks are minimized and product quality is maintained. This builds consumer confidence and brand reputation. Ultimately, protecting public health is a primary goal of this integration. This slide exhibits a summary table of the functions of the R&D, academe, and government. I will only be discussing the important sections, which are the primary role, food safety function, and the role of product development. The primary role of R&D is to apply scientific knowledge to develop safe and marketable products. The government establishes laws, policies, and regulatory frameworks, while the academe generates scientific knowledge and research. For food safety function, the R&D implements food safety systems and ensure product process compliance, while the government sets and enforces food safety standards. For the academe, they provide studies on hazards and validates food safety systems. Furthermore, on the product development, the R&D develops, optimizes, and commercializes food products, while the government provides regulatory guidelines and approval requirements. The academe, on the other hand, performs formulation studies, shelf life testing, and innovation research. For my conclusion, the strategic role of R&D in the food industry lies in aligning industrial practices with academic expertise and government food safety policies to develop safe, innovative, and compliant products. This integration strengthens food safety systems, ensures regulatory compliance, and enhances product quality. Ultimately, collaboration among industry and academe and the government fosters consumer trust and supports a sustainable food system. With over 16 years of experience as corporate research and development chef, my journey has evolved into my current role as corporate technical manager of Rabel Food Group, a path shaped by continuous learning, innovation, and commitment to food safety throughout my career. Throughout my career, the support of the academe and the government has been invaluable, providing scientific knowledge, regulatory guidance, and technical expertise that strengthen my approach to product development, compliance, and food safety. This collaboration has not only enhanced my professional growth, but also reinforced my belief that strong integration among industry, academe, and government is essential in building safe, innovative, and sustainable food system. Here are my references should you wish to explore the information I presented in greater detail. Thank you very much for your time and for patiently listening. I sincerely hope that our participants, and especially our future research and development professionals, have gained a deeper appreciation of the vital role they play within the academe industry government trifocal system. May the insights shared today inspire you to contribute meaningfully to advancing food safety, innovation, and public health. Thank you once again and have a pleasant day ahead.
What an incredible presentation. A huge thank you to Mr. Raisin L. Inton for that insightful and enlightening discussion. Truly a masterclass on how research and development serves as the bridge between academic evidence, industry practice, and regulatory compliance in the Philippine food industry. We walked away with so much to think about. We also encourage everyone to accomplish the evaluation form, which will be shared in the chat at the end of this session. After answering, you will be able to receive your certificates. You may also write your questions in the evaluation form. Your feedback will help us to improve future learnings. Now let's keep the conversation going. We are opening the floor for a 10-minute question and answer. So if something sparked in your curiosity during the presentation, now is your chance. Type your question in the chat box and let's dive in. Also, please take note that the evaluation form will be shared in the chat after our last speaker. We highly encourage everyone to accomplish your sessions. Feedback means a lot of us to help us continue delivering our valuable sessions like this one. All right, the questions are in, and we have some really interesting ones. Mr. Inson, our participants are eager to hear your thoughts, and let's jump right into it. What has been your most memorable experience as a research and development chef, and how the academe and government contributed to your professional growth and success?
Thank you for that very wonderful question, Sir Wilnor. I believe one of the most memorable experiences I had as a research and development chef was successfully transforming a simple product concept into a commercially viable food product that met consumer expectations, operational requirements, and food safety standards. Interestingly, my very first assignment was developing a fishbowl sauce. Coming from a culinary background, I was actually initially surprised and honestly a bit skeptical because I thought I would be creating a gourmet sauce or creating gourmet sauces or fine dining concepts. Instead, the reference product given to me was a simple sauce commonly seen in local tusok-tusok street food stalls. At first, I assumed the project would be easy since the ingredients seemed very basic. Water, sugar, soy sauce, and starch as thickener. However, I quickly realized that product development in the food industry goes far beyond taste and creativity. The management actually challenged me to develop a sauce that could achieve 6 months shelf life, meet a target cost of only 1 peso and 30 cents per 250 grams. And it should comply with FDA labeling and food safety regulation. That was the moment I truly understood the complexity of research and development. At the time, I did not have a strong technical background in food technology. What I had were passion, determination, creativity, and the willingness to learn. Through continuous research, collaboration, product trials, and guidance from the industry standards and regulatory requirements, I gradually learned the importance of food science, preservation techniques, and process control, and regulatory compliance. That experience became a turning point in my career because it taught me that successful food innovation is not only about creating delicious products. It is about balancing science, safety, quality, cost efficiency, and consumer acceptability. It also showed me the importance of the academe and the government in supporting professionals like me through scientific knowledge, food safety regulations, and technical guidance that help transform ideas into safe and commercially successful products.
Fantastic answer, Mr. Rimson. Thank you. All right, we have another great question. What are the biggest challenges faced by the R&D professionals in translating research into commercially viable food products?
Oh, what a very hard question. Well, one of the biggest challenges faced by our R&D in the food industry is balancing innovation with commercial practicality. While a product may perform well during laboratory trials, Difficulties often arise during large-scale operations or production in maintaining consistent quality, shelf life, food safety, and consumer acceptability while still meeting target costs. R&D professionals must also comply with food safety regulations, labeling requirements, and evolving consumer demands such as healthier, sustainable, and convenient food products. In addition, limited collaboration among industry, academe, and government can slow down innovation and technology transfer, highlighting the importance of stronger partnership to develop safe, competitive, and commercially viable food products.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Imson. And the question just in here is that what advice would you give to aspiring food technologies, researchers, and R&D professionals who want to contribute to the advancement of the Philippine food industry?
Well, to aspiring food technologies, researchers, and R&D professionals, my advice is to remain passionate about learning, stay curious, and continuously adapt to the evolving food industry. Build a strong foundation in food science, food safety and quality assurance, and regulatory compliance, while also developing creativity and problem-solving skills. Always remember that innovation is not only about creating new products, but also about ensuring safety, quality, sustainability, and consumer trust. Most importantly, uphold integrity and responsibility because every decision made in the food industry directly impacts public health, food security, and the future competitiveness of the Philippine food industry.
And that is a perfect note to end on. Mr. Imson, thank you so much for your time and for generously sharing your knowledge with us today. This has been an incredibly enriching exchange. That wraps up our Q&A portion, and what a great one it was. Our next speaker is someone whose work is shaping the future of science in the Philippines. Ms. Soledad Pepito, Science Research Assistant from the Department of Science and Technology, Food Nutrition Research Institute, or DOST FNRI, has been actively contributing to groundbreaking research on food fortification, novel ingredients, and innovative processing technologies, helping build science-based approaches that ensure the safety, quality, and nutritional value of modern food products. And today, she brings that expertise to us as she tackles the topic multidimensional safety protocols in modern food safety systems, navigating the intersection of novel additives, fortification matrices, and innovating processing. This is a fascinating and forward-looking discussion you will not want to miss. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Soledad Pepito. Ma'am, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Sir Wilner, for that kind introduction. Good day, everyone. It's truly a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm excited to share insights on my topic, multidimensional safety protocols in modern food systems. Navigating the intersection of novel additives, fortification matrices, and innovative processing. I look forward to engaging with you throughout the session. So let's dive right in. To give you a clear outline for our discussion today, we will begin by defining the Trifocal Food Safety Framework. From there, we will explore our three core themes: novel additives, fortification matrices, and innovative processing. We will see how this framework applies to each. Finally, we will look at how we safely operationalize this research from the laboratory to the commercial market and talk briefly about the safety protocols involved. We have three primary objectives for this session. First is for us to clearly understand how the academe, government, and industry rely on one another. Second, we will evaluate the specific safety and regulatory protocols needed for modern ingredients and innovative process. And third, we will explore how modern machinery and processing act as our final technical safeguards in the production line all the way through the grocery shelves. While the focus of my presentation is the government overview, food safety in our complex, innovative landscape cannot exist alone. It requires a synchronized trifocal effort from three distinct pillars, which all the four speakers have already emphasized. We rely on the academe as the engine for rigorous research and knowledge, the government to translate that science into actionable policies and regulatory enforcement, and the industry for the practical, quality assured application of these innovations within that regulatory framework. It is only through this unified approach that we can build a robust, science based national framework to confidently secure modern food systems. We often call food a universal language, but in the world of regulation, food science is the definitive universal language. Picture this all too common scenario, like in a grocery store. A major food recall hits the news. Immediately, the reactions are purely emotional. The industry might blame bad luck, and the government feels immense pressure to act. And we as consumers are angry and scared. But emotions can solve the crisis. Um, Food science is the only hero that steps in to provide objective facts and data. It is the vital engine that makes the entire trifocal synergy function. For industry, science is how they convert a creative idea into a physical, stable, and compliant product to make food safe. For government, it provides the undeniable evidence needed to draw firm lines on what is acceptable. And for consumers, science and safety are those silent guarantees hidden behind an accurate label, giving us all the confidence to trust what we eat. Without rigorous food safety, the government can't regulate effectively. Industry can innovate responsibly and consumers can eat confidently. Let us now dive into the first of our roadmap, novel additives. How many of you, when shopping, have flipped a package over, read the ingredient list, and thought, what on earth is that? As a consumer, and even more so as a parent, when I see a quote unquote new and improved ingredient I've never heard of before, my first thought isn't, oh, how exciting. It's more like, is this safe? That moment of doubt is why we regulate novel additives. In the Philippines, a novel additive is defined as essentially any substance without a significant history of safe use in our local diet. It is categorized as high risk simply because it is unknown. Their regulatory journey is rigorous. Unlike accepted ingredients, a novel additive cannot legally be used until the FDA has formally authorized it through a Certificate of Product Registration or CPR. Under Food Safety Act, RA 10611, they must undergo mandatory pre-market assessment by the FDA. It requires stringent laboratory protocols and rigorous testing for chemical stability to ensure that when evaluating novel additives, safety is always prioritized over sensory attributes like flavor or appearance. The entire burden of proof rests on the company to provide exhaustive safety data demonstrating a reasonable certainty of no harm before that ingredient ever touches a shelf. Next, let's shift our focus to the development of novel food additives, especially looking at the incredible work coming from our research institutions like the National Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, or UPLB Biotech. A prime example of this innovation is Monascos Red. For years, the industry has relied heavily on synthetic petroleum-based dyes, which frequently raise chemical hazards concerns and consumer skepticism. Monascos Red provides a completely safe, microbial-based natural alternative to synthetic dyes. What makes it even more remarkable is that it features cholesterol-lowering properties, perfectly aligning with modern consumer demands for products that are both safe and health promoting. Another fantastic breakthrough is their microbial rennet. Funded and supported by the UST Fisher, this research localized a critical enzyme for cheese making using Rhizopus chinensis. This partnership converted a scientific discovery into a sustainable, vegetarian, halal suitable, and cost effective alternative to expensive imported animal rennet, directly supporting the competitiveness of our local dairy industry. So, we have just established how we innovate safely with novel additives to build that trust in the unknown. But food innovation isn't just about adding flavor or consistency. Sometimes it's about making sure that the very same food is actively working harder for our health. This leads us directly to our next slide, fortification matrices. Once again, this presentation will focus on the government overview. We cannot just dump the iron into anything, put in the wrong matrix, and it might turn the food black or ruin the taste. We must find the perfect matrix to match the nutrient, ensuring that the fortified food tastes the same, looks the same, and that your body can actually absorb those added vitamins. It is about finding the right scientific home for essential nutrients, the right micronutrient in the right matrix. When we talk about food fortification, we are talking about the deliberate act of increasing the content of an essential micronutrient like vitamin A or iron in a food product. Why do we do this? It's not just marketing. It is a proven public health strategy. The goal is to address widespread nutrient deficiencies at the population level without requiring anyone to change their daily eating habits. It's making the foods people eat already nutritious. However, the big scientific challenge isn't finding the vitamins. It's figuring out how to add them. This is where the concept of food matrix comes in. Think of the matrix simply as the structure and composition of the food itself. It's the grain of rice in your bowl, the milk in your glass, or the oil you fry with. Now we know what is fortification and the complex science of choosing the right matrix, which is what, again, it's knowing exactly where a nutrient fits best. But that leads us to a very real human question. How do we ensure all this innovation stays safe for our families? This is where the regulatory anchor comes in. Think of this as the invisible shield that protects your dinner table every single day. Choosing the right food for fortification is crucial, but safety is a non-negotiable human question. The 2014 Food Safety Act, RA 10611, already discussed by our previous speakers, is the essential regulatory anchor and everyday shield. It unites mathematically the precise science in Philippine dietary reference intakes, or PDRI, with transparent consumer labeling, ensuring all innovation happens when within the fortress of a safety and transforming package into a trustworthy scientific and legal promise. Moving from successful lab formulas to scale the production, increasing volume, or introducing novel ingredients triggers complex reaction that can alter your entire safety profile. As shown in these hazards in fortification meets the slide, we must confront a crucial dual of risk, managing chemical hazards to prevent over-fortification and potential toxicity, and mitigating biochemical and biological hazards to ensure novel additives don't improperly shift critical limits like pH or water activity, creating pathogenic environments. Our commitment must be absolute. Chemically prevent toxicity and biochemically prevent pathogens, delivering nutritious food for our families that is unconditionally safe. So we now delve into the last topic under fortification matrices. Let's say we found the perfect matrix for these micronutrients. But science in a lab is meaningless if it doesn't reach the families who need it. Bridging this gap requires visionary partners to solve the massive challenges of commercialization and scaling. Look at Nutridents, which engineered shelf-stable complementary foods like Rim Pearls. Bantog Samahang Nayon figured out how to massive scale iron-fortified rice and the vitamin-packed Nutripan. And NVC Foundation popularized Mingo meals for feeding programs. This next step closes the loop, moving innovation and validation out of the sterile laboratory and onto the supply chain to serve the national nutrition. Within the precise science and unshakable regulatory anchor clearly defined, we now explore the third crucial chapter under multidimensional safety protocols in modern food systems, the innovative processing. This is where the brilliant engineering takes over, operationalizing the laboratory discoveries we've discussed so they can feed thousands, if not millions, of Filipinos. The challenge isn't simply scaling up, it's scaling safely. This means applying ingenious techniques and meticulously enforcing controls to guarantee every single meal, from fortified rice to nourishing buns, remains as a wholesome and potent as the original formula intended, without compromise. So let's dive into the powerful innovations making this possible. The ultimate question is ensuring safety, right? The government provides an uncompromising adaptive framework, not a law, for every new idea. This framework integrates three critical pillars: RA 10611, the Food Safety Act. First, the legal foundation puts the entire burden of proof of exhaustively on the manufacturer to demonstrate reasonable certainty of no harm. Operational rigor. Second, industry standard GMPs and HACCP procedures demand scaling hygiene and implementing preventive checks specifically tailored to manage and innovations quick, unique risks. Nutrition transparency, finally, trust is completed by enforcing complete nutritional transparency through strict labeling rules like FDA Circular Number 2023-009. Here are some examples of current innovative process. Number one is sous vide technology, usually for our ready-to-eat chicken with herbs. What makes this innovative? The conventional retorts it cooks slowly from the outside, often degrading food quality. Microwave-assisted thermal sterilization, or MATS, instantly heats up entire product volumetric with microwave energy and cools rapidly. This drastic reduction in process time ensures sterility while preserving near fresh flavor, textures, and nutrients. making high-quality, shelf-stable ready meals a reality. This is vacuum sealed for longer shelf life stability. Next is ultrasonic assisted extraction, or UAE. Thinking about how to get the maximum nutrients out of our food is the fastest possible way. Look no further than this innovative green extraction method. UAE, a fascinating technique making extraction both rapid and efficient. Think of it like using highly targeted sound waves to create microscopic bubbles. When these bubbles collapse, they create localized pressure that gently disrupts cell walls, allowing solvents to penetrate and release powerful bioactive compounds much faster than conventional methods. By accelerating the process and using less energy, UAE significantly reduces the time food is exposed to degradation. Uh, it essentially means getting more high quality nutrients out with less energy and in record time. Ever wonder how we get healthy but bad tasting ingredients into food without your family noticing? Meat microencapsulation. Think of it as giving delicate nutrients like iron or fish oil their own tiny, invisible suit of armor. We build microscopic cortices around these ingredients to protect them from heat, light, and air so they don't lose their power or go bad. Crucially, this highly innovative technology traps unpleasant flavors and odors inside, meaning we can fortify food with the good stuff and the family only tastes the delicious meal you made. It's tiny science making a massive, safe, and tasty difference in everyday nutrition. So for the next process, which is agitated type retort, this works by actively agitating the containers. This retort accelerates heat transfer by convection, which drastically cuts down processing time and minimizes heat damage to the food. This method achieves commercial sterility for canned goods while preserving vastly superior flavor and texture compared to traditional static heating. These equipment and technology are supported within the government and industry sectors, specifically through the DOST MIRTC ecosystem. The last on our roadmap, building directly on the innovative processing system we've discussed, we arrive at the critical phase, which is operationalizing research. As the slide powerfully states, innovation is just a theory until it reaches the plate safely. This is where we bridge the gap from laboratory formula to trusted commercial products. The glue holding this entire synergy together is multidimensional safety protocols. Rigid adherence to these standards ensures that complex research is transformed into the great safe food our nation deserves. Building directly on the innovative processing breakthroughs we've discussed, we now turn to bridging the critical gap between successful laboratory formulas and reliable commercialized products. Technology transfer is how we turn a successful lab formula into a reliable commercial product families can trust. This success depends on a unified three-part approach with food safety at its core. Academe leads scientifically by validating research into safe formulas before scaling. Government acts as the gatekeeper, setting strict regulatory standards, including mandatory labeling guidelines for consumer transparency. And the industry operationalizes this validated research, prioritizing hazard management and enforcing precise process controls across millions of meals. Together, they build a food system rooted in shared safety and trust. Building on the potential of rice mongo pearls, The final critical step is operationalizing research, translating brilliant laboratory discoveries into safe commercial reality. The key isn't just scaling production, it's scaling safety. This demanding process is managed by strictly enforcing rigorous, interlocking safety protocols that act as layers of invisible armor, meticulously applying standards like current GMPs, SSOPs, and HACCP, and eventually the comprehensive ISO 22000 global framework. These ensures multidimensional safety shield remains robust and consistently monitored. This invisible framework guarantees that groundbreaking science is transformed into safe, nutritious food our families can absolutely trust. Multidimensional safety protocols are much like layers of invisible armor, meticulously applying and consistently monitoring everything from super strict cleanliness to comprehensive hazard checks and robust management systems, all grounded in global food safety wisdom. So, imagine if your kitchen appliance could text you the exact moment your food is perfectly cooked. That's essentially what we are doing here on a massive scale. By bringing smart technology, the Internet of Things, onto the factory floor, we are giving our equipment a voice. As you can see in the diagram, our machines are constantly talking to each other and to the cloud. Our team doesn't have to guess what's happening inside those used mixers or dryers. They have a real-time heartbeat of the entire process right on their tablets. It's like a fitness tracker for the whole factory. This seamless teamwork between our people and smart technology allows us to spot and fix tiny issues instantly, ensuring that every single batch of food we produce is consistently safe, perfectly made, and of the highest quality. Now we arrive at the most critical takeaway of our presentation. None of our nutritional breakthroughs matter without the uncompromising foundation of food safety. We explored how true product integrity is built by carefully combining novel food additives with the right fortification matrices and utilizing innovative processing technologies like microencapsulation and ultrasonic extraction to protect delicate nutrients. However, brilliant science alone isn't enough. To guarantee these three innovations successfully and responsibly scale to an industrial level, food safety must dictate every step. We wrap the entire operation in a strict framework of multidimensional safety protocols. By meticulously enforcing these layered, interlocking standards, we create an invisible armor around the production process, one that proactively controls hazards, prevents contamination, and ensures total compliance. Ultimately, food safety is the essential bridge between the laboratory and dining table. It is this perfect harmony of advanced nutritional science governed by unwavering safety protocols that guarantees every single meal produced is consistently wholesome, completely hazard-free, and safe to nourish our families. We now arrive at the conclusion. At its core, innovation is simple. It's taking two existing things and putting them together in a brand new way. But our shared non-negotiable responsibility is ensuring that the new way is unquestionably the safe way. True, resilient national food safety isn't accidental. It is only achieved through a synergized and broken pipeline where the academe provides the science, government provides the regulation, and industry provides responsible execution. We must ensure this structure remains unwavering. Only this active, seamless partnership ensures your plate is protected every single day. Let us commit together to this shared standard making food safety not just a requirement, but a reliable reality from lab to table. And with that, I hope you have learned a thing or two about food safety, which you can take with you and live by. Um, if you happen to have any query or would like to know more about the topics in my presentation, here is my sources for your reference. So, as a food safety advocate, a researcher, a laboratory analyst, and a mother of two, I am honored to transition from the audience to the podium to share a perspective forged by over a decade of work at the DOST-FNRI. While my background is in chemical engineering and I am a double board certified food technologist and registered chemical technician, my most important role is what I share with all of you, a consumer. Food safety is more than a government mandate or an industry protocol. It is an intersectional reality. Whether we are researchers, professors, or industry professionals, we all eventually leave our white coats behind to feed our families. The professional standards we uphold in the lab are the same standards that build the personal trust we need at our own dinner tables. Let us remember that safety is our shared priority because at the end of the day, we are all feeding the people we love. Thank you very much for listening.
For a comprehensive and eye-opening presentation, a huge thank you to Ms. Soledad Pepito for walking us through the fascinating world of multidimensional safety protocols, from novel additives to food fortification and innovative processing technologies. It is a powerful reminder of just how critical science and research are in keeping up with the ever evolving challenges of modern food systems. And please take note that the information form will be shared in the slide for our last speaker. We highly encourage everyone to accomplish it. You can also ask questions. Your feedback means a lot to us and help us continue delivering valuable sessions like this one. All right. We have some pressing questions to you, Ms. Petito. Let's jump right into it. Our first question. As a consumer, where can I find reliable info on food safety and my rights?
Okay, for a quick, reliable check, for example, while you are pushing your grocery cart, always look for the Sangkap Pinoy seal. It's essentially a government thumbs up for proper nutrition. But if you want to dig deeper into official safety rules or consumers alerts, the FDA and the USC websites are your best bets. They are literally built to keep you informed and safe. Thank you for that question.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Petito. Really a great point. Now let's move on to our next question. Can you give an example of a really tricky food fortification challenge you face?
Oh, absolutely. A great example is adding iron to white rice. Iron is incredibly healthy, but if you just mix it, the rice might turn into a weird color or taste metallic. And kids definitely won't eat that. So to fix this, our experts at the USDFNR came up with the idea of mixing iron in milled or ground rice and is formed into rice-like shaped kernels, so its properties will be likened to an ordinary rice. This kernel, in turn, is added to ordinary rice. So the process of extrusion masks in a way the iron taste. And because of that, the rice look look and taste totally normal, but still delivers the vital nutrients.
That was very insightful, Mr. Tito. I appreciate that. And it looks like there's more to explore. Here comes our next question. For professors teaching this, what is the biggest practical gap students need to learn?
The biggest culture shock for a student probably is realizing that making 10 perfect snacks in a pristine, quiet lab is entirely different from making 10,000 perfectly safe snacks in a noisy, massive factory. We need to teach them how to handle the messy reality of mass production, teaching them how to proactively hunt down hazards like using GFPs and SSOPs and maintain obsessive cleanliness at a massive scale. That is what truly will prepare them for the real world.
And that is a perfect note to end on. Mr. Tito, thank you so much for your time and for generally sharing your experience with us today. This has been a truly enriching exchange. That wraps up our Q&A portion for this session. And now, as we approach the final segment of our webinar, we're saving the best for the last. Our closing speaker is Mr. Joven S. Litera, a passionate food safety advocate who has been at the forefront of promoting awareness, compliance, and best practices in food systems across the Philippines. His work goes beyond the basics, championing inclusivity, cultural sensitivity, and regulatory alignment, particularly in the development and strengthening of halal food systems in our country, a cause that is not only timely but truly significant in today's diverse foods landscape. And today, he closes our webinar with a promises to be a thought-provoking discussion on strengthening halal food safety systems in the Philippines, the central role of the Academe. This is a remarkable topic to end our session on, one that ties everything we've discussed today beautifully together. Please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Joven Etcetera. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Sir Wilnor, for your warm introduction. Mayang hapon sa tanan. A pleasant day to everyone. I am honored to be part of this webinar and contribute this part discussion on food safety and the rules of government, industry, and academia. Today, I will be presenting the topic halal food safety management in the Philippines, the role of Academe. In today's globalized food system, ensuring food safety is a critical public health priority. With increasing cultural diversity and market demands, it is no longer enough for food to be safe. It must also meet religious standards such as halal. This makes halal food safety an essential component of a more inclusive and globally competitive food system. So before we proceed, let me walk you through the flow of my presentation. This discussion is organized into 7 key parts. First is we will begin by defining halal in the context of food safety to establish a clear and shared understanding of the concept. Second, we will look into relationship between halal and food safety system, particularly how these principles align with existing standards and practices. Third, we will examine the Philippine context, highlighting the current state of halal food safety in the country. Fourth, we will identify the challenges in halal food safety management, focusing on gaps and areas that need improvement. Fifth is we will discuss the need for multi-sectoral collaborations, emphasizing the roles of government, industry, and academia. Sixth, we will focus on a central role of government and academia, particularly in the policy making, research, education, capacity building. And finally, we will conclude with strategic recommendations aimed at strengthening halal food system safety management in the Philippines. Now, let us proceed with defining the concept halal. Halal is an Arabic term that means permissible or lawful under Islamic law. In the context of food safety, it refers not only to what is allowed for consumption, but also to how food is sourced, prepared, processed, and handled throughout of the entire system. Halal covers multiple aspects of the food supply. It includes the food itself, its ingredients, the processing methods, and even the handling practices used at every stage. Ibig sabihin po, hindi lang siya nakatuon sa end product, but sa buong proseso simula hanggang makarating po sa consumer. Halal is, in the food safety, is comprehensive system that covers that entire food supply chain. It includes the food itself, its ingredients, the processing methods, and handling practices at every stage. This means that from production, processing, to distribution, all components must comply with the both halal principles and food safety standards. In practice, this ensures that the food remain clean, safe, and free from contamination while maintaining its halal integrity through the entire process. These include first the items that are strictly prohibited or haram. These include the pork and pork byproducts such as lard, gelatin, and enzyme. Alcohol and alcohol-based ingredients including the foods prepared with alcohol, blood and blood-derived products, meat from animals that slaughtered according to Islamic law, or these already dead before slaughter, carnivorous animals and birds prey, specific animals considered impure or harmful, amphibious animals such as frogs and crocodiles. Second, for meat to be considered halal, it must comply with the Sabiha requirements, which ensure that the slaughtering process is conducted ethically and in accordance with Islamic law. The animal must be alive and healthy at the time of slaughter, and the act must be performed by a trained Muslim who invokes the name of Allah. In addition, a swift cut using a sharp instrument must be made to ensure proper bleeding, minimize animal suffering. Third, beyond slaughtering practices, halal integrity must also be maintained during processing and storage. This includes preventing cross-contamination between halal and non-halal products, using separate or dedicated equipment, and verifying that all ingredients such as gelatin, enzyme, emulsifier, and additives are sourced from lawful origins. Lastly, while most foods such as fruits, vegetables, grains, seafood, and dairy from fermented animals are generally halal, businesses must still ensure compliance through proper halal certification and documentation, including complete ingredients list and traceability of raw materials. To further strengthen halal food safety, halal principles are often integrated with established food safety management system, such as hazard analysis and critical control points, ISO 22000, and good manufacturing practices. In practice, this system helps ensure that the food is not only permissible under Islamic law, but also safe, hygienic, and consistently produced. This primary focus includes the hazard identification and control, where potential biological, chemical, and physical hazards are identified and managed at critical points in production. This also emphasizes process monitoring, meaning that every stage of production is continuously checked to ensure compliance with food safety standards. In addition, This system promotes safe food production by ensuring that final products remain consistently safe for consumption and free from contamination. Halal system strengthening this system by adding a layer of religious compliance alongside food safety requirements. In simple terms, halal certification does not only verify whether food is safe and hygienic, but also whether it complies with Islamic dietary laws. Through this integrated approach, halal ensures compliance with dietary regulation, food safety standards, and quality assurance all at the same time. This integration has also contributed to the growing development of the halal industry in different countries, including the Philippines. In the Philippines, the halal industry is steadily expanding through the effort of government agencies and various stakeholders. Programs, certification systems, and increasing participation from micro, small, and medium enterprises demonstrate that halal is becoming more accessible and relevant within the local food sector. First, the government promotes halal development through national policies and programs led by key agencies such as the Department of Trade Industry, particularly through its Halal Industry Development Program, which help promote halal awareness, support halal, MSME, and attractive investment. The National Commission on Muslim Filipinos also plays a significant role in halal advocacy by providing guidance on halal standards, coordinating with the certification aid bodies, promoting awareness both within the beyond Muslim communities. In addition, the Department of Science and Technology supports halal initiatives through research, food innovation, and technical assistance related to food safety and product development. Second, implementation on the ground is strengthened by accredited halal certification bodies in the Philippines, such as those recognized by the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. This certifying organization conduct on-site facilities inspections where they check production areas, equipment, and storage conditions to ensure there is no cross-contamination with non-halal materials. They also perform ingredient verification, reviewing supplier documentation, products formulations, and traceability records to confirm that all inputs are halal compliant. In addition, they carry out formal audits and documentation checks, which include standard operating procedures, sanitation records, and production flow system. Through this process, they ensure that the products meet both halal requirements and food safety standard in a systematic and verifiable way. Third is government agencies and certification bodies also work closely with food manufacturers, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, through structured support program. For example, the Department of Trade Industry provides trainings session on halal compliance, market readiness, and businesses development, while the Department of Science and Technology offers technical assistance in food processing, product development, and food safety system. Meanwhile, certification bodies often conduct pre-assessment, consultation, on-site coaching to help business identify gaps in hygiene practices, ingredients sourcing, and production control. Through these initiatives, MSME are guided in improving sanitation system, ensuring proper sourcing of ingredients, and standardizing production processes so they can meet halal certification requirements more effectively. As a result, the increasing participation of MSME reflects how halal certification is becoming more accessible and practical for local businesses, Many MSME are now upgrading their facilities, adopting good manufacturing practices, improving documentation systems, and aligning with hazard-based food safety controls to qualify for certification. With continued support from the government agency and certification bodies, this business also gaining opportunity to expand into halal markets both locally and internationally. This development shows that halal is no longer limited to large corporations but also become a realistic opportunity for small and medium enterprises to grow, improve product quality, and strengthening their competitiveness. So despite the significant progress of the halal industry in the Philippines, several challenges still remain. Operational gaps continue to exist due to the varying capacities of businesses, especially micro, small, medium enterprises. Knowledge gaps persist because of limited training and awareness, while regulatory gaps arise from the involving sometimes fragmented halal system. In addition, collaboration gaps limit effective coordination among stakeholders. Together, these challenges highlight the need for a more integrated and standardized approach to halal food safety and certification. First is operational gaps occur mainly because food establishments differ greatly in size, resources, and capability. The large companies often have structured systems such as HACCP, JMP, and dedicated quality control teams, whereas small producer and MSME may still rely on basic or informal practices. As a result, food safety procedures are not only always consistently applied, particularly in the areas such as sanitation, equipment, cleaning, segregation of halal and non-halal materials, and temperature control. In some cases, implementation depends heavily on the individual knowledge or experience of workers rather than on a standardized system, which may lead to inconsistency in the compliance. Second is knowledge gaps remain because halal food safety is not yet fully integrated into a mainstream foods safety training and education. Many food handlers, processors, and business owners receive only limited formal instruction on halal standards and compliance requirements. Technical aspects such as ingredient traceability, prevention of cross-contamination, and proper documentation system may be unfamiliar, particularly for a small-scale producers. Because of this, compliance is sometimes reactive rather than proactive, meaning businesses only make adjustments once certification becomes necessary instead of establishing halal systems from the beginning. In addition, continuous training and awareness programs are still limited, especially in provincial areas and smaller operation. Third is regulatory gaps exist because the halal system in the Philippines is still developing and remain only partially centralized. Although agencies such as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, the Department of Trade Industry, and the Department of Science and Technology provide support and promotion, while private certification bodies conduct audits and certification processes. The system can sometimes appear fragmented. Different certifying bodies may implement it slightly. Different procedures, requirements, or interpretation of the standard. Without a fully unified framework, businesses, particularly MSME, may experience confusion when they're trying to comply with halal requirements. In practice, companies often need to adjust depending on the certification body they choose to work with. Then lastly, collaboration gaps arise because coordination among stakeholders not always continuous or systematically organized. So the government agencies, certification bodies, academe, and industry stakeholders frequently operate in a parallel rather than within one fully integrated system. For example, research produced by academic institutions may not always reach industry practitioners effectively, while training initiatives may not consistently align with the certification requirements. In some cases, communication among stakeholders tends to be project-based rather than sustained over the long term, limiting consistent knowledge sharing, strategic alignment. Consequently, the development of the fully integrated halal ecosystem progress more slowly. So overall, these challenges do not necessarily reflect a lack of effort from stakeholders. Rather, they indicate that the halal food safety system in the Philippines is still in a stage of development, where implementation, training, regulations, and coordination have yet to become fully unified and standardized across all levels. So addressing these challenges requires strong collaboration among government, industry, and academia. So the government provides policies and regulations. The industry implemented these standards, and the academic support both through research and training. When these sectors work together, they create more effective and unified food safety system. To effectively ensure food safety, particularly in the context of food in the halal food system, this is a clear need for a strong multi-sectoral collaboration among the government, industry, and the academy. Food safety is not a responsibility of a single sector. Instead, it is a shared system of accountability where each stakeholders plays a critical and interconnected role. So the government provides the regulatory backbone. It develops policies, sets standards to ensure that the halal certification system and food safety laws are properly implemented and enforced. Without strong governance, inconsistencies in the compliance and monitoring may arise. The industry, on the other hand, is responsible for translating the policies into a practice. Food manufacturers, processors, and distributors must ensure that halal integrity and food safety standards are maintained throughout production and supply chain. However, challenges such as limited technical capacity and consistently compliance still exist in the some sectors. This is where the academic becomes essential. So the academic institutions serve as knowledge generators and capacity builders. Through research, training, and extension services, the academe help bridge gaps between the policy and practices, ensuring that both government standard and industry needs are supported by scientific evidence and innovation. However, current systems often show fragmentation, where coordination between these sectors is limited. This leads to a gap in implementation and even understanding of halal standards and challenges in maintaining consistent food safety practices. So thus, most multi-sectoral collaboration is not just beneficial, it is necessary. Strengthening partnership among these sectors ensure harmonized standards, improve compliance, and more resilient halal food safety system in the Philippines. So ultimately, when the government, industry, and academy work together, we move closer to achieving a food system that is not only compliant and efficient, but also safe, trustworthy, and inclusive. So the government plays foundational role in this system, not only a regulator, but also a facilitator, coordinator, and promoter. of industry growth. In simple terms, the government ensures that halal food is safe, compliant, and credible, and globally competitive. To understand this better, let us look at the key areas where the government contributes. First is only policy and legal framework development. The Philippine government ensures food safety through Republic Act number 10611, also known as the Safety Act of 2013. This law adopts what we call a farm to fork approach, meaning a food safety is monitored from the very beginning of production all the way to the consumption. This is important because it allows halal requirements to be integrated into existing national food safety system. In practice, this means that food is not only checked for safety, such as contamination or hygiene, but also compliance with Islamic dietary laws. So both scientific standard and Sharia principle are addressed within one system. Second, regulation and enforcement policies alone are not enough. They must be properly implemented. This is where the key government agencies come in. So the Department of Agriculture, or DA, oversees primary production, ensuring that the raw materials like crops and livestock are safe and properly handled. The Department of Health, or DOH, focuses on processed and packed foods, making sure these products meet safety standards before reaching consumers. At the local level, the local government unit, or LGUs, regulate food establishments such as restaurants, markets, and small food businesses. Together, these agencies ensure that halal food products are both safe to consume and compliant with religious requirements. Third, standardization and certification support. For halal system to be trusted, they must be consistent and credible. The government supports these through agencies like the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, or NCMF. The National Commission on Muslim Filipinos helps develop national halal standard, oversees halal certifying bodies, and ensure alignment with international halal requirements. In the practice, this means that when the product is labeled halal, consumers can trust that it has undergone proper verification and meet recognized standard. Fourth, trade development and industry promotion, particularly the role of DTI beyond regulation, and the government also play a major role in growing the halal industry. The Department of Trade Industry, or DTI, leads this effort. So the DTI promotes halal certified products in both local and international markets, helping Filipino businesses reach a wider audience. It also assists micro, small, and medium enterprises in meeting halal requirements by providing training, guidance, and support programs. In addition, the DTI developed industry roadmaps and policies that guide long-term halal development. And it facilitates participation in the global halal trade and export opportunities. Simply put, the DTI connection compliance with opportunity. It ensures the businesses not meet the standard, but also succeed in the market. Fifth, capacity building and training. To ensure that the standards are properly implemented, the government invests training and capability development agency, often the partnership with the DTI. The other stakeholder conduct programs from halal system, food system practices and quality control. This training helps businesses understand what to do and how to do it and what it matters. This is especially important for micro, small, and medium enterprises which may not always have access to technical knowledge or resources. Through this effort, the government helps level playing field, improves overall industry compliance. Six is interagency coordination and governance. Finally, an effective halal food safety system requires strong coordination among different sectors. This includes regulatory agencies like DA, DOH, and LGUs. Trade bodies such as DTI, religious authorities like National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, as well as the academic and private sector. So when these groups work together, this system become more organized, consistent, and efficient. Instead of working separately, they function as one integrated network supporting halal food safety. Linking this to the role of Academe, while the government leads in the policy regulation and industry development, the Academe support this effort through research, innovation, and training. It helps translate policies into practical knowledge and that can be applied by the industry. In conclusion, the government plays a dual role. It ensures that the halal food is safe and compliant while also promoting economic growth and global competitiveness. The conclusion of the Department of Trade Industry highlights this balance between regulation and development. This approach is essential in building an halal food system in the Philippines that is not only credible and safe, but also sustainable and globally recognized. Completing government efforts, the Academe plays a central role in strengthening halal food safety system. It contributes through research, education, and extension services, helping develop skilled professionals and providing scientific support to industry practices. To be specific, first is the Academe contributes to knowledge generation through research. University and academic institution conduct studies that provide scientific evidence on food safety risks, halal integrity, and best practices in the food processing handling. This research becomes the foundation for improved policies and the industry standard. Second, the Academe is essential in human capital development through education and training. By educating future professionals such as the food technologists, public health practitioners, and inspectors, it ensures that the workforce is equipped with necessary competencies in food safety and halal compliance. Third, the Academe provides extension services for industry support. This includes technical assistance, training programs, and consultancy services that help food businesses improve their food system and meet required standards. More important, the Academe serves as bridge rule between the government and industry. It helps translate regulatory policies into a practical application that can be understood and implemented by industry stakeholders. In this way, the Academe effectively connects theory and practices. What is learned in the classroom and laboratories is applied in a real-world settings, ensuring relevance and impact. Finally, it plays a crucial role in linking policies and implementation, ensuring that the government regulations are not only well-designed but also properly understood, adopted, and executed on the ground. So overall, the Academe acts as a central connector in the food safety system, strengthening collaboration, enhancing capacity, and ensuring that the science and policy work hand in hand. To further strengthening the halal food safety management in the Philippines, several key strategies can be considered, particularly in highlighting the role of Academe. First, there is a need to integrate halal principles and food safety management system, or FSMEs, into academic curriculum. By doing this, students are not only exposed to food safety concept, but also trained to understand halal compliance as part of their professional preparations. This ensures that future graduates enter the workforce already equipped with both technical and ethical knowledge. Second, the academy should conduct applied industry-based research. Instead of focusing only on theoretical studies, research should directly address real challenges faced by the food industry, such as halal compliance, contamination control, and certification process. This makes research more practical, relevant, and impactful. Third is there is a strong need to establish halal food safety research centers within academic institutions. These centers can serve as hubs for innovation, technical support, and collaboration, help develop solutions, support certification efforts, and provide expert guidance to both government and industry. And fourth, academic institutions can play more active role in providing micro, small, and medium enterprises, training a technical assistant. Since many food businesses in the Philippines are small and medium enterprises, they often need guidance in improving their processes, documentation, and compliance systems. Through training and extension services, the Academe can help these businesses meet halal and food safety standard more effectively. Finally, it is essential to strengthening academic industry partnerships. Collaboration between these sectors allow knowledge to be shared, innovation to be applied, and best practices to be implemented. It ensures that what is the taught in the classroom is aligned with what is needed in the industry. So overall, these strategies highlight how the academe can move beyond education and become an active partner in building a strong, more reliable halal food safety system in the Philippines. In conclusion, food safety is not the responsibility of a single sector. Rather, it is a shared commitment among the government, industry, and the academe. Through collaboration, these sectors can build a strong and more effective food safety system that not only ensures compliance with the standards and regulations, but also protects public health, promotes ethical and hygienic food production, and strengthening consumers' trust, particularly within halal food system. As the halal industry continues to grow in the Philippines, sustained cooperations, continuous education, and standardized implementation will remain essential in developing a safe, reliable, and globally competitive halal ecosystem. Ultimately, safe food is not merely a privilege but a fundamental responsibility shared by all sectors of society. Achieving truly safe and reliable food system requires collective action, continuous collaboration, and a long-term commitment from the government agency, industry stakeholders, certification bodies, and the academe. Through unity and cooperation, we can strengthen food safety practices, upholding halal integrity, protect public health, and build greater consumer trust. By working together, we move closer to creating a food system that is safe, inclusive, sustainable, and globally competitive. One that benefits not only the present generation, but also the future. So here are the references that support this presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and may we continue work together, safer and more responsible food system for all. So I will return the virtual floor to Sir Wilnor.
What a meaningful and powerful way to close our speaker lineup. A huge thank you to Mr. Joven S. Litera for that insightful discussion on strengthening halal food safety systems, perfectly tying together the themes of education, research, and collaboration that we have explored throughout this webinar. All right, the questions are in, and we have some really great ones to close with. Mr. Litera, our question is, how does halal integrate with HACCP and ISO 22000?
Thank you for that question, sir. Halal integrates with a system like HACCP and ISO 22000 by adding layer religious compliance on the top of existing food safety controls. HACCP, or Hazard Analysis Critical Control Points, mainly focuses on identifying, controlling biological, chemical, and physical hazard throughout food production. Meanwhile, ISO 22000 provides a broader food safety management system that combines HACCP principles with the management processes such as documentation, monitoring, communication, and continuous improvement. So halal works together with this system because halal food must not only be permissible under Islamic law, but also safe, hygienic, and properly handled. For example, HACCP may identify contamination risks during processing, while halal requirements ensure that there is no cross-contamination between halal and non-halal materials. So the ISO 22000 emphasizes traceability and documentation, which also important in halal certification because businesses must verifying halal source of ingredients and additives, enzymes, and processing aids. So in the practice of many halal certification facilities, already implemented the GMP, HACCP, or ISO 22000 because this system strengthening halal integrity through proper sanitation, monitoring, and process control. So halal does not replace food safety system, rather it complement and strengthening them by integrating food safety, quality assurance, and religious compliance into one comprehensive system. So one important point is that the halal certification today is becoming increasingly recognized globally, not only as a religious standard, but also as an indicator of quality, cleanliness, and traceability. This is why halal certified products are becoming more competitive in international markets.
Thank you for that, Mr. Detera. Truly insightful. Now let's move on to our next question. Is halal certification enough to guarantee food safety?
Okay, thank you for that. That is an important question, sir. Halal certification alone is not fully guaranteed food safety. Halal certification mainly verifies that food products comply with Islamic dietary laws. This includes checking ingredients, sources, slaughtering practices, prevention of cross-contamination, and maintaining halal integrity throughout processing and storage. However, food safety involves additional scientific control that address biological, chemical, and physical hazards such as bacteria, toxins, allergen, or improper temperature handling. This is why halal certification should work together with food safety management system like HACCP, GMP, and ISO 22000. This system provides structured methods for hazard analysis, sanitation control, monitoring, corrective action, and continuous improvement. For example, a product may be halal because it uses permissible ingredients, but if is the process under poor sanitation condition, it can still becoming unsafe for consumption. On the other hand, a food product may be microbiologically safe but still not halal if it is contained prohibited ingredients or experiences cross-contamination with non-halal substance. So therefore, the best approach is an integrated system where halal compliance, food safety standard operate together. This is also why multi-sectoral collaboration is very important. So the government agencies, certification bodies, industry, and the academy must work together to ensure that the halal certified products are not only religious compliant but also scientifically safe, properly regulated, and globally competitive. So in short, halal certification support for food safety, but it's not, but it becomes more effective when integrated with internationally recognized food safety system.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Litera. And we still have one last question here. What are the main challenges faced by the MSMEs in complying with halal certification requirements?
So MSMEs face several challenges in complying with halal certification requirements. So one of the main issues is operational gaps, where many small businesses lack structured system like ASAP, JMP, and formal quality control processes, making consistent compliance more difficult. So there are also knowledge gaps, as many MSMEs have limited training and awareness regarding halal standards, ingredient traceability, and cross-contamination prevention. Regulatory gaps also contributes to confusion, since certification requirements may vary across certifying bodies in an involving a system. So lastly, limited sources and infrastructure make it harder for MSMEs to upgrade facilities, standardize processes, and maintain proper documentation required for certification.
And what a perfect note to end our Q&A on. Mr. Litera, on behalf of everyone, thank you so much for your time, your passion, and valuable insights you have shared with us today. That wraps up our final Q&A session. All right, everyone, before we wrap up, here are something you do not want to miss. Please go ahead and scan the QR code now appearing on your screen to access the speaker evaluation form. This is your chance to share your honest thoughts and feedback on today's presentation. And trust me, every single response counts. As you fill out the form, please make sure all your details are correct and complete, because here is the exciting part. Your certificates will be automatically sent using the information you provide. So double check those details before hitting submit. We kindly ask everyone to accomplish and submit the form before 6 p.m. today. It only takes a few minutes, but your feedback makes a huge difference in helping us deliver even better sessions in the future. We remind again everyone that no submission of evaluation form, no certificate. Thank you so much, everyone, and we are counting on you. And now, one of the most special moments of our webinar, the awarding of certificates. To our distinguished speakers, in recognition of their incredible contributions to today's program, to lead this momentous segment, we are truly honored to call on Dr. Menchita Dumlao, Director of the Ethics Review Board of the Philippine Women's University, a distinguished academic leader who has been instrumental in upholding ethical standards in research and fostering excellence in initiatives that strengthen collaboration among the academe, industry, and government. Dr. Dumlao, we warmly invite you to take the virtual floor. The honor is yours.
A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. It is my honor to present the Certificate of Appreciation to our speakers for today. Let me read the citation. Philippine Women's University, School of Food Science and Technology. The Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to your name in recognition of his valuable expertise and contribution as resource speaker during the webinar, A Trifocal Perspective on Food Safety, Ensuring Health and Food Safety through Strategic Sectoral Alliances. given this 21st day of May 2026 at the Philippine Women's University, Manila, Philippines. Signed, Dr. Maria Ligaya T. Braganza, Program Chair, School of Food Science and Technology. Now, I will read the names of our speakers with their respective topic. Ms. Kenken B. Alarin, MBA PFT, with the topic Strengthening Quality Assurance and Food Safety Control in Food Science. Mr. Marlon S.A. Aguinaldo, RMT, with the topic Strengthening the Philippine Food Safety Framework through Laboratory Competency and Accuracy in Measurements. Mr. Wilner Jr. B. Batalier, with the topic Connecting Research, Education, and Regulation, Academe's Role in Food Safety Standards. Next, Mr. Rayson L. Imson, with the topic The Strategic Role of Research and Development in Food Manufacturing, Aligning Industrial Practices, Academic Evidence, and Food Safety Regulations in the Philippine Context. Next, Ms. Soledad G. Pepito, with the topic Multidimensional Multidimensional Safety Protocols in Modern Food Systems, Navigating the Intersection of Novel Additives, Fortification Matrices, and Innovative Processing. And last but not least, Mr. Joven S. Litera, with the topic Strengthening Halal Food Safety Systems in the Philippines, the Central Role of Academe. To all of our resource speakers, big congratulations and thank you for being one of our speakers in this webinar. Good afternoon.
As we draw with this wonderful webinar to a close, we save a truly special moment for the last, the closing remarks. It is my distinct honor to introduce Mr. Marlon S.A. Aguinaldo, Supervising Science Research Specialist at the DOST Industrial Technology Development Institute, and our very own course leader in MFSM 509A, Current Issues and Trends in Public Health and Food Safety. His guidance and leadership have been the backbone of this learning journey. It is only fitting that he brings today's program to a close with the wisdom and inspiration that he is known for. Mr. Aguinaldo, the floor is yours and we are all ears.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. So this marks the culmination of this insightful webinar on Academe Industry-Government Partnership, a trifocal perspective on food safety management system. So I am filled with gratitude, a sense of purpose, and a sense of relief. Yes, you heard it right, a sense of relief together with my colleagues here. So this day was not just about learning, but our little contribution to the collective efforts for a safer food ecosystem in the Philippines. So our presentations and discussions perfectly illustrated why the trifocal approach is interdependent, beneficial, and vital. We need to see food safety at these three different perspectives. From the industry perspective, we gained invaluable insights into strengthening quality assurance and food safety control in the food service, and we highlighted the strategic role of research and development in aligning industrial practices with regulations. From the academic front, we explored how research, education, and processing methods such as handling novel additives and fortification paved the way for modern food systems. We were also reminded of the central role of the Academe in strengthening halal food safety systems. And from the government and regulatory lens, we emphasized the importance of building a robust framework for laboratory competency, accurate measurements, and standards to support the food safety in the country. Of course, this webinar would only be possible through the dedication of these individuals. Please join me in extending our deepest gratitude to our resource speakers, also our organizers. So they are a hardworking team of individuals who have generously shared their time, dedication, and expertise with us today. So we also appreciate the support of our guests, Dr. Dasig and Dr. Dumlao, and special thanks to the PWU Marketing, ICT, and Multimedia departments for making this event possible. And we are truly grateful to our mentors from the School of Food Science and Technology, Professor Rosalinda R. Lorilla, Professor Maria Divina Alcazabas, and Dr. Ligaya T. Braganza. Thank you for the knowledge, wisdom, and encouragement. So before I conclude this message, let me share a few words. So food safety is a continuous, collective, and dynamic responsibility. It requires the foundational knowledge and innovation of the academe, operational excellence and compliance of the industry, and the regulatory and strategic oversight of the government. So these partnerships supports the foundation for food safety. So I encourage everyone to carry the message of today's webinar beyond this platform. We always say that food safety is a shared responsibility. As practitioners from the academe, industry, and the government, as students in the field of food science, and as consumers, we are all part of the Philippine food safety ecosystem. Maraming salamat, and I hope everyone has a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Marlon Aguinaldo, for that warm closing remarks. And just like that, we have reached the end of what has been a truly remarkable webinar. Before we officially close, we would like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who made today's event resounding and success. To our esteemed speakers, morning session, Ms. Kenken Bialair, Mr. Marlon Aguinaldo, and I, Mr. Wilner Jr. P. Batalier. And for afternoon session, Mr. Rayson L. Imson, Ms. Soledad Pepito, and Mr. Joven Estetera, thank you for so generously sharing your time, knowledge, and expertise. The insights you have given us today will go a long way in deepening our understanding of food safety, research, and the power of collaboration among the academe, industry, and the government. We also extend our heartfelt appreciation to the Philippine Women's University, particularly to the School of Food Science and Technology, for providing us this incredible platform for learning and professional growth. Our special thanks to Dr. Ligaya Braganza for invaluable guidance and leadership, and to our professors, Ms. Divina Alcazabas, and especially Professor Rosalinda Lorilla, for spearheading the successful organization of this webinar. This would not have been possible without you. We likewise acknowledge Dr. Daniel Dasig and Dr. Menchita Dumlao for their generous support and meaningful contribution to today's program. And to all participants from the academic and food industry, thank you for your enthusiasm, engagement, and active participation you made us today. Thank you so much. A quick important reminder: if you have not yet accomplished the speaker's evaluation form, please do so now. Only participants who complete the evaluation form will receive their e-certificates, which will be sent to your registered email address. So please don't miss it. Also, kindly accomplish and submit the form before 6 p.m. Again, it's 6 p.m. It only takes a few minutes, but your feedback makes us huge difference in helping us deliver even better sessions in the future. We remind again everyone that no submission of evaluation form is no certificate. And of course, our sincerest thanks to the organizing committee, moderators, and technical team who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Your dedication, hard work did not go unnoticed. Give yourselves a well-deserved round of applause. Once again, thank you all so much. We hope to see you again in our future webinars. Until then, stay safe, stay curious, and keep the championing of food safety. To close our program, we invite everyone as we sing the PWU hymn.
Philippine.